Yes. Now, as participants have written the chart, they written their past, let us all sit now and we're going to enter. Moving on to the next session. Just see the same phase of unclutching as we read it in our past. Manifesting the new life as we want. So let's all now enter into the next session. Today we're going to be learning about Nitya Dhyan. Why, what, and why we actually need meditation. So this will be the opening segment. I request all the participants to give your complete listening, and we're going to move on to the next session. Right? Make sure you write down your points if you feel you have doubts, and write down those points. We're going to enter into the next session shortly.
Let me define the word initiation. Day before yesterday, I was using a word, psychological revolution. Yesterday I introduced a word, Shastra Shastra. Understand? Knowledge weapon. Whenever you need to heal yourself, you need inner healing. You need to bring yourself again to the life energy. Many times you can see a simple disturbance from the outside or from the memory inside. Either from experience or from memory can drain your energy. Or even taking too many decisions drains your energy. Anytime you can see in your life, morning if you go and sit in your office, you don't have to do any work. Just take some 5-6 major decisions. You are already tired. You say, I am done. That's all. Either the incidents from outside or memory from inside or just simple decision makings makes you tired, dead. The truths, ideas, words, which brings you out of the tiredness, which brings you out of that low mood, which brings you out of that depression, gives you the energy, confidence, life. Those truths only I call as Shastra Shastras, knowledge weapons. Truths which brings you out of depression, low mood, and adds self-healing energy and confidence, life into you is called Shastra Shastras. The truths which not only brings you out of the depression, destroys the source of depression once for all, is called mantra. Understand? The mantra word has two meanings. Mantrayate idi mantraha. The words which shows path for human beings is mantra. The truths not only brings you out of depression, once for all breaks the source of depression in you, is called mantra. Any mantra, if it comes from the enlightened, experienced inner space, you do not know why, how, what. Suddenly you see it is true. It clicks. Even though one part of your logic continues to fight, because if you accept the truth and start expressing in your life, many of the things, your vested interests, many things which you thought as life is at stake. That part may continue to fight, but the main, your being, your core will have that click. I know what he is talking is truth. Maybe too strong for me. Maybe if I start living it, too many things are at stake. These all can be a confusion or disturbance, doubt in the corner of your mind, corner of your heart, corner of your being, but the very core feels connected. If that happens to you, it is called initiation. Truth, when it comes out of an enlightened inner space and clicks, that's the right word I have to use. It won't be any. If you analyze, how could he convince me about such great thing and such a wonderful thing? You yourself will feel, how did I get convinced? You don't know. But suddenly your heart feels connected to the words which he is uttering, the truth which he is expressing. That connection, that click is what I call initiation. I'm trying to express some truths. Understand? Yesterday whatever I added is Shastra Shastra, knowledge weapons. It can bring you out of depression. It can bring you out of low mood. It can bring you out of that dull feeling to an inspiring, healing mood, energetic feeling. But today, what I'm trying to share can break the very core of depression, what we call root of your mind. There is every possibility. Just be available, receptive, and ready to let this Satya, truth work on you. Suddenly you will see that click, that initiation happens in you. Just a simple example here. See, if your life was filled with different kinds of incidents, joy, suffering, guilt, joy, pain, depression, sad, different quality of incidents. You do not look at the life as it is. Usually what usually we do, some joy, some suffering, some guilt, some joy, some pain, this is our life, different thoughts, different experiences. Usually, you collect only all the suffering-related incidents and create a shaft, create a connecting idea, and think your life is nothing but suffering. Understand? You collect suffering, guilt, pain, depression, suffering, all these kinds of thoughts, connect them, and you think your life is a long chain of suffering. Your life is a pain shaft. I've seen people, the moment I ask, how are you? You are from where? First thing everybody invariably starts, you don't know Swamiji, nobody has suffered like me in the life. This is a common introduction for their biography. Even my enemies should not suffer the amount of suffering I went through, Swamiji. Even in that, they want to be in the top. Even in suffering, they want to be in the top. Not second. Nobody has suffered like me, Swamiji. You don't know. Even in that, we have to be in the top. And not only that, see, not just they tell this to me, they believe strongly this. They forget the joyful incidents which happened in between. The joyful incidents, joyful memories which happens in between. They collect only the negative things, connect them and create a shaft. I call this as pain shaft. Pain shaft. Very rarely, sometime you create a joy shaft, but very rare, not only number, even the quality will be very rare. You collect the joyful incidents and create a joy shaft. Means you feel life is joy. But most of the time, you collect all the painful memories and incidents and create an idea, life is pain. Understand? If you create the shaft, life is pain, the problem will be, you will be just waiting for more and more painful incidents to be added. Anything you believe, you start believing, you will collect more and more experience and argument to strengthen that belief. Once you believe your life is a long pain shaft, that's enough. You will be just waiting to pick up only the painful incidents and elongate that shaft. You will be just waiting. You will never be able to remember or respect the joyful things happening in your life. Next, when is pain, when is pain, when is pain, and you will add. You will be waiting, meditating for pain. You will be meditating for pain. I have seen people just waiting to add that, elongate the pain shaft. Just waiting to add how the pain shaft can be elongated. One important thing we need to understand, believing that life is a pain shaft or believing the life is a joy shaft, the continuous incidents of joyful things, life is continuous happenings of painful things. The moment you believe life is a continuous happening of painful things, unconsciously you will try to strengthen the belief, but consciously you will try to break the pain shaft. Understand? Unconsciously what you will be doing? You will be continuously collecting more and more painful memories and incidents to strengthen your belief, strengthen the idea. But consciously you will be trying to break. Big problem is, neither you can break the pain shaft, nor you can add to the joy shaft, because both shaft does not exist. It is just your memory. Please understand. The reality happening is this main line. Different memories, incidents continuously flowing, and that is also not connected logically. That is why I have given gap between every thought. Different shape, different size, it just comes and disappears. It's happening. If you think your life is big pain shaft, a chain of painful incidents, then you will pick up only the painful things and add. I have seen people carrying the memory, a very huge memory. The other day, one guy came to me and said, Swamiji, I'm going to divorce, please bless me. I said, usually we bless only for marriage, not for divorce. Can you tell me the reason? Let me analyze. The other day I was reading an article, I don't know how much it is true. 33% is divorce rate in Bangalore. I don't know how much it is true. I pray that it should not be true. The West, 59% single homes. Understand? And 47% of the people die without having a close friend or a relative to receive the body. Body is taken by some professional organizations, undertakers, professional undertakers. It is just too much. This guy came and asked me, I'm going to divorce, please bless me. I said, first let us analyze why you are going to do. Then we will try to sort out. He said, that and all you don't know, Swamiji, you just bless me. I said, I cannot bless as you want. Only if I am convinced I can bless. And it's not like something I have and you can take it without my will. You can't steal blessings, fortunately. He said, the actual reason, the immediate cause was, she brought coffee and it spilled on the cloth, that's all. I asked, don't you see clearly it is not enough reason for divorce? Why don't you realize? Why don't you understand? He said, you don't know, Swami. Today she will pour coffee, tomorrow she will pour acid. You don't know. No, he said he actually told me, you don't know. Today she will pour coffee, tomorrow she will pour acid. I said, why don't you be little logical? Why don't you be little truthful? How can you connect coffee and acid? Sometimes it feels same. How can you connect coffee and acid? Don't you see the gap is too much? You are creating too much of ideas in your head. You are creating too many things. He said, no, Swamiji, you don't know. Last 10 years, how much I suffered with her, you don't know. I told him, do not just create a pain shaft. Just come out with incidents. Then we can analyze, look into it. Don't create a pain shaft. Pain shaft will stay only if you are unconscious. Please understand. Your opinion about life as pain shaft or joy shaft will stay only as long as you are unconscious, not when you are aware. I told him, just come out. Incident by incident, let us analyze. He started telling me, in South India, there is a habit, during marriage, in a small pot they will put a ring, and the bride and bridegroom, both of them are supposed to try to pick up that ring. Whoever gets it, it's theirs. It's a small game. These are all done. In those days, only during marriage, the bride and bridegroom will see each other. So it's like a technique for zeroing down the distance. Just to zero down the distance, this kind of simple plays are done. This guy is saying, Swamiji, even during that play, she scratched my hand with a nail. Now see the file he is carrying in his head. I was really surprised. From there he started telling me, after 2-3 minutes I told, stop. Much worse than police record. Much worse than police record. I said, I think you should not ask divorce. She should ask. Living with you, she should ask. Now this is what we are doing continuously. Sometime about others, sometime about ourselves. But constantly we create a pain shaft or joy shaft. One important thing we forget. Neither we elongate the pain shaft neither we can break the pain shaft nor we can elongate the joy shaft, because it does not exist. It does not exist. Understand? This is an important truth. The depression or low mood which you experienced 10 years ago, the depression or low mood which you experienced 9 years ago, the depression which you experienced 8 years ago, the depression which you experienced 1 year ago, they are all independent experiences happened in your life because of independent incidents. 10 years ago you would have been in depression because you don't have son. 4 years ago you may be in depression because you have a son. It is independent incidents causing independent experiences. But in the inner space, for the sake of convenience, you archive all the sufferings in one file for easy remembrance and easy reference. When you archive them all in one file, by and by, you start thinking, you connect all these depression experiences and come to an idea, my last 10-year life was depression. No. All 10 different depression experiences happened in you, happened due to different reason, different time, different experience. But when you connect all of them and see, you come to an idea, last 9 years I was in depression. The moment you come to an idea, I was in depression last 9 years, now you created an enemy who does not exist. Now you start fighting with him. I have to come out of depression. What to do? The moment you create a shaft, last 9 years you were in depression, now you know for sure next 9 years you are going to be in depression. You will say, yes, last 9 years I was in depression. Then naturally tomorrow morning I am going to be in depression. How can I suddenly come out? How is it going to happen? I am going to be in depression. Passive agreement with your enemy. Understand? First thing, you create an enemy who does not exist. Second thing, you already made a passive agreement with your enemy. You won the game. Then how do you think you will not attract depression? You created an enemy who does not exist and already created a passive agreement with him that you won the game. Whether you believe it or not, medical science proves your body constantly updates itself and replaces itself once in every 365 days. Even your brain cells are replaced once in 365 days. The intestine is replaced once in 47 days. Every organ is replaced within a particular number of days. If you are carrying a particular disease for quite a long time, it means you have a strong belief it is a continuous shaft. It is a continuous experience. Your unconscious belief something is a continuous experience forces your mind to bring the same pain and disease back. For example, once in 47 days, your intestine gets replaced completely. Understand? I am not saying, Ayurveda is not telling. If Ayurveda says, you won't believe. Medical science is telling. The logical, allopathy medical science is saying, once in 47 days, your intestine cells are completely replaced. If you are carrying any disease related to more than 47 days, even the new system which you created with a mental setup, I have this problem, so I have to have this problem. Strong belief, you have this problem, naturally you will say, if new intestine is given to you, no, this is not mine, bring mines. This is not mine, bring mine. Your mental setup is such. We strongly believe the depression or disease is a shaft happening inside us. It is not. It is not. The depression you experienced 10 years ago, the depression you experienced 9 years ago, the depression you experienced 8 years ago are independent, unconnected incidents, experiences. When you connect all of them and see, you created a pain shaft, depression shaft. Oh, my life is depression. Now, you are ready to get defeated by the unknown enemy. An important thing, this is a very basic truth. Neither you can break the shaft, nor you can elongate the shaft, because the shaft does not exist. All you can do is just be aware that it does not exist. You created it. Understand? For the sake of convenience and easy reference, you put all the depression incidents in one file and kept. By and by you started believing all of them are existentially connected. No. They are not existentially connected. All your different experiences. One more thing. The moment you believe all your depression is connected and you are a depressed being, the small joyful things happened in between will be forgotten by you. You will not even remember them. Understand? You will not even remember them. That is what I am saying. Not having clear picture about past. If you have a clear picture about your past, it will become a solid experience. It will not be a load. It will become a strength. Undigested past is a load. Digested past is a strength. We don't digest our past. It stays on us like a load, like a headache. The shaft does not exist. Basically, you are an independent, illogical, irresponsible. No two thoughts are responsible for others' existence or disappearance. Understand? No two thoughts are responsible for other thoughts' existence or disappearance. Illogical, independent, irresponsible, unconnected, unclutched thoughts. But you are afraid to live with such an undefined frame of mind. You are afraid to live with undefined mind. So you try to define. You trying to define is the first problem. When you try to define, you have to create some shaft, either as pain or as joy. Understand? Even with your spouse, you live maximum 6 months. Maximum 6 months we live. Within 6 months, we create an idea about that person. After that, you live only with the idea which you have about that person, not with the spouse. Anything the other person does, you will look through that idea only. 6 months you will come to an idea, oh, this is the punishment given to me by God. Or I don't have to go to hell after death. Some idea. You will see continuously whatever she or he does through that scale, through that idea, through that mirror, through that glass. You don't live with a person. You live with a concept. Same way, about your mind, you have an idea, either pain shaft or joy shaft. You live with that shaft, not with the experience. In experience, joy, pain, everything, so many things are coming up. So many things are happening. One more thing. Between every thought, there is a gap. Understand? It's like a fish tank. Water bubbles are coming in the fish tank. Between every bubble, there is a gap. Because the gap is too small, you think it's a stream. It is not stream. Between every thought, there is a gap. There is a gap. It is just independent, illogical thoughts moving. The problem is, when you can't live with it, when you don't want to live with that independent, illogical movements, you create an idea, pain shaft or joy shaft, and struggle with it. You create an enemy who does not exist and fight with it. Fight with that person. Now all you need to do is stop creating this pain shaft or joy shaft. Stop clutching all these painful incidents and creating a shaft. Stop clutching all the joyful things and creating a shaft. The essence of whatever I was talking is stop clutching and creating a shaft. That's enough. You will see suddenly the shaft disappears. Shaft does not exist. All of us have a very clear idea. We are in the worst ignorance. No. It is not. Just the simple one truth. If a simple thought of having a cup of coffee can come inside, means any serious thought, it may be pain or suffering or anything it can be, it has left me. That is why the new thought is able to come. That is why I have inner space to entertain a new thought. So as long as you have freedom to entertain a new thought, you have an inner space to entertain a new thought, be very clear, you cannot be possessed or tortured by any suffering, any depression and any pain. Because you can just bring one thought, new thought. The moment you bring a new thought, what happened? The old thought has left you. Unless it leaves, you cannot bring a new thought. So be very clear. Your power to bring new thought itself proves you have power to drop the old thought. Instead of looking at the ability to replace, you are looking at the ability to bring it back. You have both. If you are constantly looking at the ability to bring it back, you will create suffering. Oh, it comes back, it comes back, it comes back. If you are constantly looking at the ability to remove, you will feel liberation. Understand? What you mother, that you hate. The hen mothers the egg and gets the chicken out, hatches the chicken. Chicken comes out. If you are mothering the thought you can replace any suffering, you will bring that into reality. If you are mothering the thought, no, whatever I replace will come back, you will bring that in your experience. If you are mothering the thought that it is going to come back, it will come back. If you are mothering the thought, it is going to go out, it will go out. Where you put your awareness, where you put your attention is the important thing. Understand? Your very ability to get a new thought shows you have ability to discard a old thought. Any thought can be discarded by any simple thought. This simple understanding is more than enough. Understand? Your suffering can rule you just because you are afraid of it. Have you seen in this underworld dadas, when they get created, they too will have fear, deep fear. But just your fear towards them will empower them. Same way, your mind too has fear about you. But your fear about your mind, your fear towards your mind just empowers your mind. Your mind also sometimes feels, oh, what is this? But you are more afraid of your mind, then naturally what happens? Your mind gets empowered. All you need to do, understand, this is the initiation. Anything, one more thing, even once if you can replace your depression from your inner space, have confidence. I replaced. I can do it again. That's all. If 10 times it comes back, let me do it 10 times. That's all. The very clarity I am going to do. Understand, there is a very beautiful story in Buddha's life. Buddha says, whenever I sat in meditation that I am going to get up, after a few hours, I never became enlightened. Once I decided, if I am not going to become enlightened, I am not going to get up from this seat. Idam asanam sushyate sariram. Very beautiful Sanskrit sloka. Let this body dry up in this very place. Till I became enlightened, I am not going to move. Buddha says, the moment he created this strong clarity, authentic sankalpa, will, he says, next second I became enlightened. Next second he became enlightened. All you need to do, when you replace your suffering, if you are thinking, no, 10 times today I can replace, 11th time if it comes back, tomorrow only I have to try, then nothing will happen. Decide, till it stops coming, I am going to replace. That's what I call courage, dhira. Wow. Here is a very beautiful question. Somebody is asking, Swamiji, you say there is no scale to find out whether the state in which we are there is reality or not. This person is asking, every day when I come back to waking state, I see same house, same world. But every day when I go back to dream, I don't see the same world. I don't see same world. So, can this be used as a scale? With this, we can say that this world is reality. This world is real. Very intelligent question. Maybe I can give you a simple sketch of then you'll be able to understand. Let us analyze one night dream. For example, night you are sleeping, 15th morning you are waking up, around 10 hours. 10 hours you are sleeping. Have you ever realized in one night dream you would have lived some 10 or 20 years of life? From your college you will start from your college period and slowly move step by step and go up to your marriage, having a child, and your son's marriage. Sometime you live even 10 or 20 years of life in one night dream. How many of you experienced even at least once this? Living 10 years or 20 years of life in one dream. How many of you experienced at least once in your life? Raise your hand. Of course, means you can recollect now what I'm exactly trying to present or tell you. 10 years of life you are able to live in 10 hours of dream. Am I right? 10 years of life you are able to live in 10 hours of dream. One more thing, scientists are saying now, you don't continuously sleep. Maximum you spend only 30 minutes in the deep sleep state. Then you come out and spend little time in the dream and again fall asleep, spend some time in the deep sleep and come out and spend some time in the in the dream state. In the East, the maximum time is 30 minutes. In the West, it is only 16 minutes. We are fortunate. Anyhow, let me give you the small diagram, how our consciousness works. Maybe I can call this as dream state. This is deep sleep state. You fall into the deep sleep, maybe half an hour you spend there, then come back to the dream and go through some dreams, again fall asleep, spend some half an hour, come back, again go through some dreams, again fall asleep, come back, go through some dreams, again fall asleep. This is the way you are moving. This is the way you move between dream state and deep sleep state. Understand, in one night, 10 hours, you dream as if you lived 10 years of your life. Means in the first episode, you see you are in college. The second episode, when you come back, you see you are getting married. In the third episode, you see you have a son. Maybe in the fourth episode, when you come back, you see your son getting married. An important thing you need to understand, when you fall asleep and come back, in these different episodes, you do see the same world even in the dream state. Am I right? You do see the same world in the dream state. Understand, it's a very subtle point, very subtle understanding. If you can catch, it will really lead to a very big clarity which can really revolutionize the way in which you think about your life, the way in which you try to solve the problems of your life. There is a beautiful story. One person was dreaming. In the dream he saw a tiger chasing him and shouting, "Oh, tiger is chasing me, save me, save me." There was another one guy sleeping next to him. He got up and he saw that his friend is shouting, "Tiger is chasing me, save me, save me." What he is supposed to do? He is supposed to just tell him, "Hey, get up." Instead of that, if he tries to supply some weapon, you don't know what will happen. He may kill himself or he may kill you. You do not know how to decide. If you understand these basic things, suddenly you will see the decision making will be revolutionized. The cognitive shift will happen in you. the way in which you think and the way in which you make decisions, the way in which you try to find out solutions for your problems will be different. Means you will start working towards the right solutions. The right solution at that moment for that person is just asking him, wake up. That's the right solution. Instead, if you are trying to find out any other solution, it will only lead to more and more problems, more and more difficulties. Here, all I want to tell you is, in 10-hour dream, 10 hours of deep sleep, you live 10 years of dream. Means, many times you fall asleep and come back. When you come back, naturally in all these 4 episodes, even though there was a break, you saw the same world. After a break, seeing the same world cannot be the quality to define. It is reality. That is what I mean. Please understand. After a break, if you see the same world, that cannot be the scale to define or say this is reality. Because this happens even in the deep sleep, even in the dream state, this happens. Even in the dream state, after a break, when you come back, you see the same world. So just because when you come back from the deep sleep, you see the same world, cannot be the reason to say this is a reality. How? Only when you wake up from the whole night sleep, you realize you dreamt 10 years of your life just in 10 hours. Same way, only when you wake up from this dream, suddenly you may realize you dreamt 90 years of your life, maybe in few hours. Who knows? Who knows? This whole thing can be one more long dream. Realizing, understanding, there is a possibility this can be one more long dream will turn much of your attention and awareness to the center, to the consciousness. I can say that is the first step in spirituality. That's the first step for psychological revolution. Again and again, our sufferings are giving a clear statement. We are holding on to emptiness. Our suffering is nothing but a clear statement from the reality. You are not living with the reality. But somehow we know how to cover. The first chapter of the Gita is called Arjuna Vishada Yoga. Means depression, confusion. We also face that depression and confusion in our life. I call this depression of success. After achieving what we want to achieve, but realizing what far we want to achieve has not happened, a kind of a depression will happen in us. Very few rare intelligent people only understand that I am facing this suffering or depression because I am not living with the reality. Here, all I am trying to tell is just because you are seeing, do not think you are living with the reality. Usually I face another one question on the same line. Swamiji, not only I am seeing this world, even the people who are living around me are seeing this world same way. How can you say it is a dream? Understand? In the dream, if you are seeing a particular city, if you are dreaming that you are going to that city with your whole family, not only you, the family which is with you inside your dream also will see the same city. because they are also projections of your own mind. So just because the people who are around you seeing the same scene does not mean the scene is reality. Even the people who are around you, whom you are seeing, can be the projection of the same scene. Can be the projection of the same scene. Sometimes it frightens. If you go a little deeper, it frightens. It feels like everything in front of you is melting like a wax. The ultimate truth is the stuff out of which your dream world is made, the same stuff, out of that same stuff with this waking state is also made. If your attention is centered on the stuff, naturally the inner healing cannot happen. If your attention is equally distributed on the consciousness and the stuff, that is what I call healthy life, balanced life. You will have the physical, mental health and the life. If your attention is totally centered on the consciousness, not on the stuff with which these worlds are made, that is what I call living enlightenment or Jivan Mukti. Whether you want Jivan Mukti or not, or whether you want enlightenment or not is secondary. But if you can turn little bit of attention towards the I consciousness, towards the truth, towards the center, suddenly you will see the tremendous inner healing happens. I always tell people, realizing this whole world is one more dream brings tremendous healing effect in you. Understand, for example, if you are facing some very big difficulty or depression, very clearly, consciously, if you realize this whole thing is a dream, you will see such big relaxed feeling or the inner healing happening on you. I can say that inner healing is what I call meditation. That restful awareness which happens in you is what I call satori, the first glimpse of samadhi. A basic cognitive shift or basic psychological revolution with this simple understanding of what you are seeing may not be the reality as you are thinking, can bring so much of inner healing inside you, so much of restful awareness inside you. More and more restful awareness being added to you is what I call inner healing or health or raising the quality of consciousness. Instead of dream state penetrating your waking state while you are driving, blissful state can penetrate your waking state while you are driving. Because so much of your time, even though you are out of your bed, is occupied by your dream state because of your low awareness. People come and ask me, if I start meditating, what will happen? I will not have time to do my business. No. It has nothing to do with a separate time. It is something to do with inner understanding. As on now, so much of your time and energy is being spent by dream state possessing you. Instead of that, you can allow the turiya state, blissful state possessing you. You can just change the attitude. You can just shift the energy. You can just go through a big transformation. That is what I call psychological revolution. why meditate? A single line answer will be to raise the frequency of your consciousness. How it heals, we can understand with this small diagram. I'll try to present a simple diagram how our mind works, how the meditation influences our system, how meditation directly affects our hardware and software. Our hardware is physical body, our software is our mind. Let me try to give you a simple diagram. You can understand what meditation can do, why meditation needs to be practiced. I think I can explain from here. We have two states of mind. You can say two states of mind you experience in your day-to-day life. One with thoughts, another one without thoughts. Now, you know you have thoughts. In the deep sleep, do you have thoughts? No. So with thoughts, without thoughts, these are the two states of mind. Two states of being means the deeper level. Your being also experiences two states. One with the clear identity, I. Now, all of you have that identity with the I consciousness, with that identity I. In the deep sleep state, you don't experience the I state, the I consciousness. In the deep sleep, you don't experience the feeling I. Understand? In the mind, you experience two states. One with thoughts, without thoughts. Same way in the being, you experience two states. With I, with identity, strong identity, and without identity, without feeling or remembering your identity. In the deep sleep state, you don't remember your identity. In the waking state, you remember your identity. I am this, I am that. Usually, constantly, you will be remembering or you will be reminded about your identity. With I consciousness, without I consciousness. Now, if we just understand how this state of mind and the state of consciousness connect with each other and create different states in your being, different states in your consciousness. First, with thoughts and with I consciousness, that's what we call Jagrat state, wakeful state. Of course, most of us are now in that state. I can't say all, at least most. With I and with thoughts, you have the identity I and the thoughts are moving. The frequency of I is more than the frequency of thoughts. That is why you are able to control the thoughts. If you want, you can control a thought. If you don't want, you can remove a thought. If you want, you can create a thought. With I consciousness and with thoughts, this is called Jagrat state, waking state. Next, dream state. You have thoughts, with thoughts, but there is no consciousness, there is no identity. That is why you will see sometime in your dreams, you will feel as if you are in college, but you will be sitting with your son. Means there is no clear identity. The identity is not logical, it is not clear. Not only that, the depth, frequency of the identity, frequency of the I is lower than the frequency of thoughts. That is why you are not able to control the thoughts. In the waking state, frequency of I is more. That is why you are able to control your thoughts. In the dream state, the frequency of I is lower than the frequency of thoughts. That is why you cannot control the thoughts in the dream. If at all we have a freedom to dream what we want, we know what all we will be dreaming. What kind of dreams we will be choosing. The dream state, the I state, the consciousness is lower than the thoughts. That is why we say there is no I, but there are thoughts. And the third stage, third thing, neither the I consciousness nor the thoughts, it is called sushupti. It's called deep sleep state. These are the three states constantly we experience in our life. We experience waking state, dream state, deep sleep state. These three states. There is fourth state which we have not experienced. That is what we call turiya. There are no thoughts, but the identity I exist is there. It's a very strange experience. Very rarely you might have experienced, very rarely one or two people experience in their life. If some sudden shock, or if you are sitting with a nature completely deeply relaxed, deep silence, maybe at those few moments you experience no thought, but you are not sleeping. The identity is alive. The I, the consciousness is alive. You know you are alive, you are awake, but there is no thought. This is the fourth state. As on now, most of us have not experienced this state. This is what we call turiya. We experience only these three. Now, the problem is, the reason for all our physical and mental illness, diseases is the dreaming state. The dream state starts penetrating, overlapping the deep sleep and thinking. If your waking state is penetrated by the dream state, it's called daydreaming. If your night, deep sleep is penetrated by dreaming, it is called disturbed sleep. Continuously, in the night time or in the daytime, your dreaming state, your swapna is disturbing your life. The more your deep sleep state is, your sushupti is disturbed by swapna, you will have chronic fatigue and insomnia problems. More your waking state is disturbed by the swapna, you will have daydreaming, less awareness. Sometime you can see, you will get into your car, drive for 10 kilometers, you will reach your office. Only when you stop in your parking lot and get down, take out the key, suddenly you will realize, oh, you drove for so many miles. You would have taken hundreds of decisions to press the clutch, to press the brake, to stop or to run. You would have taken so many decisions without your awareness. Suddenly you realize, oh, I finished my driving. Means the dream state is overlapping, penetrating the waking state. more and more the dream state is penetrating the waking state, the frequency of your consciousness will come down. You may live in the human body, but you will not be living the human life. The frequency comes down. You do not know what decisions you are making. You do not know what kind of words you are thinking. You do not know what is happening inside you. It's like a living inside a house, but you do not know what is happening inside that house. Living in the waking state, which is continuously disturbed by the dream state, is what I call living in hell. Now, all the physical and mental disorders are directly from this dream state penetrating either deep sleep or waking state. Waking state or deep sleep state, both if it is penetrated by the dream state, you will have physical and mental disorders. If the dream state penetrates the waking state too much, that is what we call depression, because you will not have the clarity to think further. You will not have clarity to move further. You will not have freedom or energy to move further. That is what we call depression. You will feel like all doors are closed. All possibilities are over. Why meditate? Let me come back to the question. Why meditate? Meditation is needed to create more and more influence, awareness over your thinking state and unconscious state. Instead of dream state penetrating thinking and instead of dream state penetrating waking state and deep sleep, your turiya, the fourth state, the blissful state, is supposed to penetrate the waking state and deep sleep state. The more and more you meditate, raise your awareness, raise your consciousness, the fourth state, turiya means fourth. You can't name this state, or you can give any name: samadhi, enlightenment, atmajnana, brahmajnana, nirvana. Any name you can give, different names, but same state. This state, if it starts penetrating, overlapping the waking state and deep sleep state, you will see health in the body and in the mind. You will see health in your being. The purpose of meditation is to experience this state at least once, the fourth state at least once, and bring more and more influence of the fourth state on your waking and deep sleep state. If your waking state and deep sleep state is totally influenced by the fourth state, the turiya, that is what we call jivan mukti, living enlightenment. Meditation is a method, technique to bring more and more fourth state in your day-to-day life. If you experience the fourth state in your waking state and the deep sleep state, you are meditating. The purpose of meditation is to bring the fourth state into your waking state and deep sleep state. Maybe the physical health and mental health, everything is byproduct. Of course, it happens, but it's a byproduct. The purpose, main purpose is to experience the higher states of consciousness. when. The next question is when. It's a very controversial question. All the youngsters think, I can do this in my old age. All the elderly people think, I should have done in the young age. All the old people think, oh, I have enough time. I can do when I don't have anything else to do. All the youngsters are thinking, no, I should. All the elderly people are thinking, no, I should have done in the young age. When, the when question, I am not looking at that question only about the timing of the meditation, the decision to do meditation or the decision to enter into meditation, when that should happen in the life. Meditation is just like a reading owner's manual before you start driving the car. The person who does not read the owner's manual before driving the car will naturally end up in accidents. Same way, the person who has not started the meditation before entering into the life will naturally end up in suffering and depression. Basic things for the life is the psychological revolution. Understand one more thing I wanted you to understand. This question, when meditation, needs to be understood and analyzed very deeply. Meditation is the basic thing for the life. It's a very basic need. As I was telling, like owner's manual, reading the owner's manual. Meditation is like a owner's manual for your body, for your life. The moment you start living, you need to go through. You need to enter into it. Before the meditation, one basic important thing needs to happen in you. Psychological revolution means understanding about self, world and God. As on now, the understandings we are carrying are insufficient. They are not able to give a rest in your system. Understand? When I say the word psychological revolution, I mean having a clear understanding about the self, world and God, the source of the self and the world, God. The understanding which gives you a complete rest through which you are able to solve all your life problems, through which you are able to find your own life solutions. That is what I call psychological revolution. If you are able to find solution for all your day-to-day problems by the understanding about you, world and God, you had psychological revolution. If you are not able to find solution for your day-to-day problems through these three understandings, then you need to learn. Only a person who went through psychological revolution can meditate. Till then, any technique you try. People come and tell me, Swamiji, the moment I close my eyes, I get more number of thoughts than before meditation. If I am doing something, I have less number of thoughts. The moment I close my eyes and try to meditate, I have more number of thoughts. I have more problem. Means the psychological revolution has not happened. Psychological revolution is a basic need for meditation. When we address the question, when meditation, we should say after psychological revolution, means the clear understanding about you, the clear understanding about the world, and clear understanding about the God, which is the source for you and the world. You may think, if I have that clear understanding about all these three, then I don't need meditation. I can say it's like a vicious circle. If you don't have that clarity, you can't meditate. If you can't meditate, you will not have clarity. It's like a vicious circle. If you add clarity, that clarity will lead to meditation. Meditation will lead to more clarity. It will become virtuous circle. Instead of going through the vicious circle, moving towards the virtuous circle. If I have to give one more a simple example, this dream state, constantly penetrating into the waking state and unconscious state, is what leads to more and more misunderstanding, more and more dullness, more and more lethargic feeling, more and more tamas. That's what we call pravritti. Traveling towards suffering. If the turiya, the blissful state, penetrates the waking state and deep sleep state, that is what we call nivritti, moving towards the fulfillment. This is virtuous circle. The clarity leads to meditation, meditation leads to clarity, leading one to another. The psychological revolution is a basic need, basic understanding. I always tell people, if you straight away close your eyes and start meditating, you may have more number of thoughts. So in the initial level, I always give a technique which will not be directly meditation, which will be more like a contemplation. Means you will have an idea, you will have a technique. When you work with it, it won't lead to directly thoughtless state. It will lead to more and more clarity. It will lead to psychological revolution. You will have an intense space where you can analyze your understandings, where you can consider your decisions, where you can rethink again and again your desires, your fears, your worries, what you think as the base in your life. You can again and again look into these details. You can again and again look into these things. Otherwise, many times we do not know what is our desires. People brag just in the outside world, but they do not know what they are talking. Small story. 3 old ladies were sitting and bragging about their sons. One was saying, "You don't know about my son, how much he loves me. He personally took me to a travel agent and arranged for my vacation and did the best possible arrangements and gave me 20 days vacation." The other one said, "You don't know what my son did. He got a separate, not only the travel agent, vehicle, a separate flight. He arranged everything for 1 month." Third one said, "You don't know what my son does. He goes to the costliest psychiatrist. All he talks is about me." Many times, what you think as life, about what you brag, may not be exactly what you need, may not be exactly contributing to you, may not be exactly adding to you. So in the initial level, taking up a technique which can awaken, which can help the psychological revolution in you is the best way to start. When meditation, here and now, neither the age can be the reason to postpone the meditation, nor the time. Sometimes people tell, should I meditate in morning? Should I meditate in the evening? I always tell people, meditation should become quality of your life. There are three kinds of meditation. One, it's a kind of a truth or bringing your awareness to the life. That is supposed to be done 24 hours. Techniques like Vipassana are bringing your awareness to the present moment. 24 hours. It is not a part of your routine. It should become quality of your routine. There are other kinds of techniques for which you need to spend particular time, like a morning 1 hour or evening 1 hour or some specific time. There are some meditation techniques which needs to be done whole day. There are some particular time. There are some other techniques. You neither need to do whole day nor need to spend separate time. Just very remembrance is enough. There are some great truths. When you are really in that matured state, you don't need a separate technique. You don't need to practice whole day or in particular time. Just very remembrance, you will be in that state. You will be in that state. You will be experiencing the truth. In Zen, there are some beautiful koans. Just very remembrance, you will be transported to that zone. There's a very beautiful story in Upanishad. Disciple comes to the master and asks for technique or a method for enlightenment. Master says, Tattvamasi, Tattvamasi, Tattvamasi. That art thou, you are the truth. And the story says, disciple became enlightened. Very strange story. Just master repeats few words and disciple is enlightened. How can it happen? How is it possible? Looks too much. If we have done the two different techniques, means the techniques which needs to be done whole day and the techniques which needs to be done in a particular time, that very maturity will lead you to the level, the moment you listen, you will start experiencing it. You will start experiencing it. When, why, what, now how. There are so many different techniques. Somebody asked me the other day, why you have so many gods, so many methods, so many techniques? I told them, in the West, why do you have so many cars? They asked me this question in the West. I told them, why you have so many cars? Because you spend so much of energy in doing research and development in the comfort level, about the luxury. So much of time and energy has been spent to develop the comfort and luxury. That is the reason you have so many luxurious things, so many cars. Same way, in the East, we spend so much of time in thinking and doing research and development how to raise the consciousness. Because we have done so much of research and development, we have so many methods, so many techniques, so many gods, so many paths. All those things are available to us because we have done so much of research and development. We have hundreds and thousands of techniques in front of us, so many methods. We will see 3 techniques. Each day we will do one technique. Today we will do one technique. Working on our mind, inner chattering. Tomorrow we will do a technique to release the engraved memories. Day after tomorrow we will do a technique to go to the deepest silence or the core of our being. When, why, how, what? All these basic questions about meditation.
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda.
Yes, Nithyananda. So, why and what is meditation? Samaj will explain about the meditation. Now, we'll be entering into the internalization exercise. Understanding first, going through what is the aim of life. So, as you go through this internalization exercise, ask few questions, basic questions to yourself. Only when you start asking these basic questions in your life, you will realize the importance of meditation. So let's ask this question to yourself. What is the real aim of your life? Is it to earn more and more? We know that many people around the world want to earn. Nothing wrong with earning. That is very much required. But but is this the real aim of life? To earn more and more? Or some people, the aim of their life is to stay young, stay beautiful, stay healthy forever. Nothing wrong, once again. But is it the real goal of life? Is it the real aim of life? Some people look for long, everlasting relationship. Who doesn't want it? But is it the real aim of life? Ask this question to yourself. Or is it to improve your personality? Is it the real aim of life? Like this, if you look into your life and if you look into others' life, the list will go on endlessly. For each individual, there'll be some specific goal or some specific purpose. Now, after this intense question that you asked to yourself, let's enter into a technique which is taken from Tibetan Buddhism. If you can sit in Vajrasana, means on your knees, with knees bent. When you sit on your heels, and if you can't sit properly, if you're not, your body is not allowing you to sit in Vajrasana, you can sit comfortably on the chair. But make sure that your head, neck, spine is in a straight line. And then enter into the humming meditation. Before that, let's close your eyes. Understand, don't just close your eyelids. Understand, when you close your eyes, the eye movement should also stop. See, after closing your eyes, if your eyes allow the eye movements or the vision in your mind, it's like a TV going inside you, which is always switched on. Even if you close, and if you open your eyes, you'll be able to see everything. But if you close your eyes, you'll see also a television going inside you. The whole thing is going inside you. Stop seeing what is going inside you. That is the second step. If you just give little pressure on your eyeballs through the mind, not just through the hand. Mentally, if you just give little pressure, you will see the movement in front of the eyes will stop. So just try this. Close your eyes. Mentally, little pressure on your eyeballs. You'll see the movement of the eyes stop. Try this for a few moments. And then we'll enter into the meditation, the humming meditation. We also have Ma Nesraganya who shares, live by day with Swamiji and Sangha. Every hour is so unbelievably beautiful because only one thing can happen, that you stop existing. Beautiful. Thank you for sharing, Ma. But I also requesting everyone to not only share the text testimonial, you can also record a video, because when you record a video, that is going to be shared among people. People will like it a lot. Means the way you express, that is the best way of communication. So requesting everyone to share a video testimonial about your experience of the Paramashivoham program. So when you share your video testimonial, you'll see that many people will connect to it. So you can go ahead and record a video, requesting everyone, not only Maneswaganya, everyone, that is Satyamaya, Maneswaganya, Sarojaya, Rahul Ashwani, Shundechaya. You can share, you can record a short video clip about your experience of the Paramashivoham program and how it has transformed you and how it is potential. Um, when you are going through the transformation, you'll know that the people around you or whom you know, how they can also get transformed, how you can inspire them to transform their life. Because when you are able to transform yourself, certainly there are people around you who are looking for the transformation. So that's why that making a testimonial video on yourself, and that will help a lot to inspire and transform others as well. So make sure that you're doing it and let us know as well. All right, so let's do this. Let's enter into the humming meditation. Intensely hum. Like when you inhale from the navel center, start humming. When you intensely hum, you start, you will, thinking stops, because either you can hum or you can think. It is, it's not a simultaneous process. Either humming can exist or the thinking can exist. So if you intensely hum, your thinking, thoughts per second reduces. So let's enter into the intense humming. Inhale and start humming. Slowly, you can relax. You can stop the and just sit silently in total uncluttered space. Let the energy settle down in your system. All right. So now we will be entering into another session, which is question and answer session on meditation and the change into your software, the inner software. How meditation can change your inner software. Yes, uh, whether we understand it or not, all of us run by what we call as a software. All kind of thought patterns, software that all of us are running through. So when we do the meditation, it changes the quality of our thoughts and it changes the very quality of life. It changes our inner software. So let's hear directly from the Swamiji himself with as a question answer session on the meditation.
I'll try to say a few words about these FAQs, frequently asked questions, the usual doubts, the usual difficulties people face when they enter into meditation, when they even hear about meditation. Many people think meditation is something like leaving the whole thing. People are afraid. They come and tell me, I'm afraid that I may get too much attached into meditation. The meditation itself is nothing but removing your attachment. You can't get too much attached to meditation. They are afraid that their desires, their fears, their whatever they think as life will be taken away from them. I can say that is true. Whatever you think as your life will not be anymore part of your life. Many times you are trying to protect yourself from the unnecessary fears. The basic truth is you don't need to protect yourself from your fears because they do not have a base. The concept or the idea, you are a solid being and you have so many fears, will be shaken by meditation. What you think as your desires will be shaken. So naturally, what you think as your fears will also be shaken. The fear and desire and worry, whatever you think as your own, everything will start going through a big change. There will be big psychological revolution. There will be practically a new birth. Your software will have new quality. I can say it's like a changing the software, changing the inner software. Your hardware may be the same, but your inner software will go through a big change. It will be completely changed. Meditation is all about changing the inner software. Your body may be same, your hardware may be same, the things with which you are living may be same, the persons with which you are living may be same, but the being with which you are living will be totally different. The being will have a different quality. The inner software will be new. This simple understanding, you can say, this simple understanding of these four states of consciousness can initiate the psychological revolution in you. This is like a master key. If you apply every moment in your life, if you are aware of these four states constantly, you will see before every decision, the mechanism or the way in which your thought process goes towards the decision will be changed. This is what I call cognitive shift. Receiving information, processing and deciding. That will become totally different. If you understand this four state, when you come out of deep sleep state to the dreaming, you understand deep sleep was lower than dreaming. When you come out of dreaming to waking, you understand the dream state was illusory. It was not real. Same way, when you move from waking state to the fourth state, Turiya, you will realize this state is not the reality. This is not as you think. Every time when you face the depression or low mood, this understanding starts rising from you within. But we manage such a way that psychological revolution does not happen inside us because too much is at stake. Too much is at stake. If that psychological revolution starts happening, you are afraid, you don't know what will happen, you don't know what you will decide about. Your cherished desires, cherished goals, cherished ideals, cherished ideas, you are afraid, you may have to let go. When I started the session, I used the word atato brahma jignasat. In that commentary, one great Acharya says, let us inquire into the reality means the guru and disciple, both of them are deciding, let's have courage to follow where the reality leads us. Not just inquiring, let's have courage to go where this research leads us, where this understanding leads us, where we are moving. Just this simple understanding of these four states can transform the way in which we make decisions. The cognitive shift can happen. The psychological revolution can happen. Whether we directly want to understand or not, the truth is there is no scale. The state in which you are living is reality or authentic reality. Because when you come out of dream, you say that is illusory. When you go into the dream, this seems like illusion. When you reach the fourth state, only then you will realize this, not only the dream state, even the waking state, so-called waking state is also an illusion. Again, the moment we hear the word illusion, we are afraid, we get frightened, we feel. If that idea illusion gets into our system, we may renounce, we may leave everything, our lives may change. I tell you, you will renounce only one thing, that is your suffering, nothing else. Person who understands what is in front of him is not complete reality, he will renounce only one thing, is suffering.
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership.
So let us enter into the manifestation right now. Hope the participants are able to hear me right now. Let's enter the manifestation. Today we are manifesting the power of thought current scanning, right? To make it short and brief, what is exactly thought current scanning? This is one of the powers out of the 463 plus powers Swamiji has initiated each one of us, right? This is one of the advanced powers because today we are entering into the 14th day of the Paramashivoham program. So we're getting close to the end of the program. We have less than a week, but yes, we want to manifest powers, connect ourselves with oneness with Swamiji and manifest more and more, ultimately reaching us to the space of Paramashivoham. So thought current scanning is coming down to as simple as you doing mind reading to someone. All right. So in thought current scanning, what you're going to do at the now, at the beginner level, is you're going to scan your very thoughts at this very moment. Right? Sit and look at your thoughts like a mirror. Sit and just look that without judging it, without reflecting on it, without reacting on it, without responding on it. Just look at your very thoughts, how it is actually flowing it. What are the thoughts which is coming? Some maybe out of fear, some maybe out of, you feel not good in life, you feel bored, you feel tired, you feel not excited, or something which is haunting you from the past. It can be anything. Just look at the thought without responding, without reacting, without giving power to it. Here Swamiji very beautifully tells us our thoughts have power. Even to destroy our life, even to reinvent our life. So when we utter something or when we proceed something, just by listening to our thoughts, it makes a huge difference. So in this point of time, when you do thought current scanning, you are just going to be a mirror. You are seeing something like a movie. You're going to see in maybe a few seconds. In 2 to 3 seconds, you will see around like 300 to 400 thoughts just coming in front of you, right? You will see so many things just jumping around. One part of you thinking about the food, another part of you thinking about the sleep, another part of you thinking about the work, another part of you thinking about what is going to happen tomorrow, another part of thinking about I need a response from this person from the phone. So many thoughts coming at that moment of the time. What you're going to do is just witness and look at it. Scan the whole thought. Let Swamiji flow through you and just see what or why these thoughts are coming, how to unclutch from it, and what is the root cause of these thoughts. Are these thoughts actually needed in your life, or is it just coming there to distract you? And what you're going to do next? What is the next step you're going to do based on whatever thought which is coming? So 3 very important things. What we're going to do when you're doing thought current scanning for ourselves. First, allow Swamiji to flow through you and actually find the root cause of the entire thought, right? Not each thought. If you're going to find for each thought, it will take for eternity. But for every thought at one glance, find the root cause of it. And the second point is when the thought comes, whatever thoughts are coming, see what is going to happen next. What are you going to do with these thoughts, right? What is the next action plan? The third point is, are these thoughts actually necessary for you in your life? Or are they just distracting you, putting you in endless distraction? So these 3 things let us see and allow Swamiji to flow through us, so let us manifest, right? Now let us all sit straight. We are just going to be a mirror. Very important, do not react. Just be in silence chanting the Mahavakya, allow only the Mahavakya to flow. Whatever thought comes, let it just come and flow like a TV screen, right? In TV screen, you will, in a movie, for example, you will see every few seconds the camera changes, the film changes, or the screen shows something or other things to capture our attention. Somebody says very beautifully, that is the most destructive way of capturing our attention, putting focus into the very into the very small screen itself, and then we are actually into that. Whatever happens, we are actually feeling it, and our thought responds to that. So as said that, as like a movie, as how it is happening, just look at every single thought that is going to flow through you for the next 2 to 3 minutes, and then do this 3 steps. Now let us all sit straight, close our eyes. Remember Swamiji in our third eye. Let's chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let's enter the manifestation. I request Yogasana Samaj, you can go ahead and play the Mahavakya in the background so the participants can chant along and be in the state of oneness. Let's enter.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, other participants can relax.
Nithyananda
Slowly open your eyes
Paramashivoham.
and relax. And now just see. Just see within yourself actually what is happening. What are the thoughts which you're feeling, which is going through? We want to move on to the next session very shortly. But just before that, I'm not going to give more time, because when we sit in more time into this, just seeing the thoughts, we may get fully distracted. We will not be into the process at all. So it's going to be just one round, another one round. Just keep manifesting it. Just seeing how our thoughts work. So now what you're going to do, you're not going to write anything down. Just see and unclutch. In the next power manifestation, in the next session, we're going to write it down, and you're going to see how our thoughts are actually complicated. As somebody says, our thoughts jump here and there. It's not going to be in a straight line. So whatever you're seeing now in front of you, we're not going to write it down, right? In this round, we're not writing it. We are going to just see, unclutch from everything, and just see yourself as Paramashiva. You are Paramashiva, and unclutch from it. That is for round 1 of the power manifestation. In the next session, what we're going to do is we're going to do the same, but now, and that point of time, we're going to write it down. You're going to write, and there you're going to see how funny it will be, and how how distracted, how complicated our thoughts are. And as is the whole thing, when we scan our thoughts, we will know what to actually decide our life, and what to do and what not to do. As somebody very beautifully says, as in a recent satsang, I think the day before yesterday, if I'm not wrong, somebody was saying, when so much of entertainments are put into us, it is dumped into us, into our brain, we just keep thinking about it and take decisions based on it. And somebody like you are saying, I issue telling that all our disciples, my devotees, only should be able to watch, only should watch satsang and no other entertainments in the device. Only just watch satsang, and then you will see actually how your very life get programmed, and you will even get more mature. You will be more creative, and you will not have all these destructive thoughts, and then thoughts just coming and just keep distracting and keep disturbing you. So let's take this one decision today that let's try this out just for another 48 hours, right? Just for another 48 hours. I'm sure that every one of us are having a device. Just only watch somebody's satsang. No news, no movies, no games, no short films, no music, nothing. Just watch somebody's satsang alone and see what happens, right? And see how our thoughts actually changes. So with this, let's move on to the next session. We will be entering into the next session and listening from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the next topic. Let's begin.
Here is one more question. How can we select our God and Goddess? We are confused because more deities in our tradition. I always tell people, towards some path, some God, some technique, suddenly you will feel a very deep connection. That is what I call falling in tune, feeling connected. If you feel connected to some path, choose that path or that God or that deity. If you don't feel connected to any one thing particularly, do not choose anything. Continue your seeking. Continue your seeking. Let the seeking become your God. Seeking can become your God. Let the seeking become your Ishta Devata. No need for particular Devata. She's asking, I have longing for chanting Sahasranamas, but my concentration is scattered. How can I concentrate on all the slokas? This is another big problem. Sometime you will enjoy some stotras and chanting. Then you start deciding, oh, such a ecstasy and bliss and joy. I should have this always. Let me start chanting every day. No. You missed the whole thing. The moment you decide, let me chant every day, you created a routine. Understand? Bliss happens to you when you are in choicelessness. The moment you choose the bliss, you have chosen suffering. Because all choice, including choosing bliss, is choosing suffering. Because choice is suffering, choicelessness is bliss. The moment you choose, now I am going to do every day this, you made that as a routine. I have seen people chanting Sahasranama. They will start with full speed. Vishram Vishnur Vashatkaro Bhuta Bhavya Bhavat Prabhu. After 2 pages, no, speed will increase. After 3 pages, I have seen, they will be just seeing the number continuously. Oh, still 700 is there. Still 300 is there. Still 400 is there. Still 100 is there. I always tell people, do not bother about completing this 1,000 names and all. Take up a book. God is not sitting there and counting like a bank balance. Have you done all 1,000 names? Forget about it. No. Just sit with a real beautiful mood, with a very loving way. If you can chant even 5-6 names, perfectly all right, okay. That's enough. The moment you feel bored, close the book and stop it and say namaskar and move. Do not do chanting or puja when you don't feel connected, when you don't feel the joy. If you are doing it without feeling the joy, you are abusing it. Chanting some mantra, chanting some sloka without feeling joyful, without being in ecstasy, is naturally abusing. Here you are saying your concentration is scattered. It means what? You are not enjoying. The moment you feel you don't enjoy, relax, stop. No need. No need. Do not do it for the sake of accounts. Could you please explain what exactly intensity, the meaning? Intensity of what? Intensity how? When people ask me about intensity, I tell them, feel intensely that you are not having intensity. That's all. Just feel, see, usually we feel that terrible restlessness towards the outer world. I have not done this, I have not done that. That same restlessness, if it is directed towards the inner world, it is called intensity. You do not know what is happening, you do not know what should be done, but a deep dissatisfaction about what is there in your inner space, that is what I call intensity. You may be thinking, I am supposed to teach satisfaction. Why am I teaching dissatisfaction? I tell you, first thing, your dissatisfaction functioning towards the outer world has to turn towards the inner world, then it will lead to satisfaction. First thing which needs to happen is not satisfaction, the direction turning, the psychological revolution. Restlessness should become intensity. If it is towards the outer world, your consciousness, if it is constantly moving towards outer world, it's called restlessness. If it is moving towards the inner world, it's called intensity. The meaning of the intensity is feeling that something needs to be done immediately to break free from the clutches, or to break free in the inner world. Intensity of what? Do not bother about what. It should become quality. Anything you do, if you touch something or somebody or some object, let the intensity be there even in the touch. If you are talking, let the intensity be there. In everything, in your relationships, in your decisions, in your memory, in your thinking, in your desires, even in your fears, let you be intense without escaping from this moment. That is what I call intensity. You are saying how. If I give that method how, the whole intensity will be lost. Intensity will increase when you have the desire but not technique. That's the right way to develop intensity. The moment a technique is given, your mind will start working around the technique. Technique sometimes gives an escape, gives a method to escape for your mind. Your mind will start saying, oh, I have done the technique, that's all, that much only maximum can be done. Nothing else needs to be done. That's why in Ayurveda, when we give medicines, we say this medicine is not enough. Whole day you need to work with this medicine. Means whole day you need to be intense, telling your body and mind to heal itself. Technique is not like allopathy medicine. You will swallow and forget about everything. You will say this much only can be done, what else to do? That's all, I have done what I can do. No. Sometimes the desire should be awakened. The desire or seeking should be awakened towards the inner world. And the person should not use any technique. Only then that seeking will start radiating in every action. The technique should not curtail or stop your seeking, reduce your seeking. It should deepen your seeking. I am already doing meditation taught by some other master. Can I do the one given by you here? You are welcome. You can do. I always tell people, try to collect the best flowers from all gardens and make a beautiful bouquet for you. You do not have to think, if I learn from one source, I should not learn from the other source. No. It's not like a shop. If you come to this shop, don't go to that shop. No. Go to all possible sources and learn all the best things. Pluck all the best flowers and make a beautiful garland for you. I always tell people, your ego is such, it cannot be broken by one master. Now you need so many blows from so many different directions and so many methods from so many different sources. So do not think, if I learn from one source, I shouldn't learn from other source. No, learn from all possible sources and raise yourself. Should we focus on ourselves while doing action or merge completely in action? Which one leads to meditation? First thing, you cannot completely merge yourself in action, in inaction. Because once the tamas, lethargic energy in you is exhausted, you see, your body is made out of rajas, tamas and sattva. 33% peace, silence, intelligent energy. 33% restless, very aggressive energy. 33% lethargic, very sleepy, low, kind of a resting energy. After the 33% of lethargy is exhausted, You will not be able to be in inaction. People come and ask me, if I start meditating, will I just leave my job and just rest? No, you cannot. You cannot. I tell them, if you have that fear, just take vacation, lie down for 10 days, you will understand. 11th day you will run for your job. You will run for your job. That is not going to be the end. That is not going to be the solution. No need to completely merge in inaction. I can tell you, neither you need to bother about action nor you need to bother about inaction. All you need to bother about psychological revolution. What goes on inside you whole day, that is what you need to attend. You need to put your awareness only on that. When you can drive your car in the dream state, that is what you do usually. Why can't you drive your car from the Turiya state? Even though you think you are doing your actions in the waking state, 80% of your actions are done by the dream state overtaking the waking state. Instead of that, let the 80% of your actions be done by the Turiya state overtaking the waking state. That's all you need. There is nothing else. These are the questions which happens before even you enter. These are questions like hypothetical questions. Somebody came and asked me, if everybody becomes Swami, how will the world run? I asked him, if everybody dies, how will the world run? He said, no, everybody won't die. He said the same thing. No, everybody won't become. That's all. Hypothetical questions cannot be answered. I told him, do not bother. God is not depending on you to run the world. He is not depending on you to create and maintain the world. Can we really experience the blissful state after learning? Then what for you think I am conducting the program? He is asking, can we really experience the blissful state after learning these meditation techniques? Then what do you think I am sitting and doing here? Understand? Person who creates a formula to reproduce the experiences of the outer world is a scientist. Person who creates a formula to reproduce the experiences of the inner world is a mystic. He is the master. These methods, the techniques which you are going to learn these 3 days, are time-tested, foolproof, created after a great research and development by thousands of masters in thousands of years of research and development, and verified and experienced in my own personal life. So be rest assured, be intense. That's all I'm asking you. That's all you need to do. Nothing else. Just be intense. You will see, you will experience what has happened in my very inner space, in your inner space. Is the psychological revolution you refer to is Sankhya Yoga, Sankhya knowledge of self, Yoga renunciation of the fruits of actions. See, the word Sankhya, the word Yoga, both are like two different expressions. Maybe I can say the psychological revolution word, I mean Sankhya, Yoga and something more. And something more. When you understand these few ideas about the dream and waking state and the superconscious state, every time when low mood or depression or disturbance comes to your inner space because of the waking state, bring this understanding into you. Use this like a key and allow that psychological revolution to happen. You will see not only you will come out of the problem, even 2-3 times if you come out of your sufferings, you will have so much of courage and energy to apply these techniques again and again, to evolve yourself again and again. Beautifully Krishna says, Uttared Atmanatmanam Atmanam Avasadayet. Let you raise yourself by yourself. If you raise yourself by yourself, you are the best friend for you. If you don't raise yourself by yourself, you are the worst enemy for you. So, I can say the word psychological revolution which I am uttering is Sankhya, Yoga and something more. I have learnt Vipassana, but I am unable to practice it effectively. Not sure why. Is it that I am doing it wrong? Is it a wrong technique for me? Neither you are doing it wrong, nor it is wrong technique for you. The when means the time you learnt is wrong. First, you should have learnt the psychological revolution, clarity about you, world and God. Then technique should have been added to you. Without the clarity, if the technique is directly added, it leads to boredom, dullness, and naturally you drop the technique. I always tell people, any study, any journey you undertake, any book you start reading, even if you don't understand single word, do not skip. If you don't understand single word and skip, slowly you will see that words which you did not understand will become more and more like a load, and your very interest in further reading will disappear. Same way, in the inner journey, without going through the psychological revolution means without going through the understanding, if you just jump, skip the understandings and enter into the meditation technique, this is the problem. Even when I speak and explain the concepts, I have seen many people thinking and sitting, it's okay, what all you are telling, it's okay, Swamiji, let's go to the technique, Swamiji. I have seen people telling me, I understand, Swamiji, let's go to the technique. They think they are very intelligent. They think straight away technique can help. Technique is not allopathy pill. You need an understanding before, because the understanding starts the churning. Understanding starts the churning. Then technique is like addition for the alchemy process. When meditating, lots of negative thought arose. Whether it will come to reality, don't bother about it's coming to the reality. You are not that powerful, fortunately. Fortunately, we are not that powerful to project our thoughts into reality. Then we would have created long before worst hell than what we are having now. Fortunately, God did not give so much of energy to us to project our thoughts into reality. If sometime your thoughts have become reality, if you are seeing your dream or thoughts becoming reality, do not use that power. Try to divert that energy into your consciousness means thoughtless state. Can we practice different types of yogas? According to me, surely authentic yoga methods do not contradict each other. They only complement each other. So you can practice different yoga methods. Only thing, do not mix and make masala and create your own technique. Practice it independently. 20 minutes means finish that. Then go to the next. Then go to the next. If you mix everything and you start thinking, I know all these things, now I know the core thread. I think I can make my own. That is where you will miss. Somebody is asking a personal question about their sickness after the meditation. You can come here for the darshan. That time you can ask me. Maybe I'll be able to heal or help or answer whatever I can. I'll surely try to do. You said karma means unfulfillment of desires and experiences. But if we suffer from poverty, illness, our saint elders says, it is because of karma. Swamiji, please answer, will any soul or being willing to experience poverty or illness, is this become an unfulfilled desire? Please clarify. First thing, I wanted you to be very clear. If somebody is in poverty, they consciously chose it. Please understand, even if it hurts you, I have to tell the truth. That is why I am telling. Let me give you one small incident. It really happened in my life. It's a little mystical, but exactly as it happened, I am narrating. I can say, I can take a vote, I am stating the simple, straight facts. You can make out what you want to make out of this incident. In USA, one child, artistic child was brought to me for healing. They are from North India, settled in USA, maybe some 7-8-year-old child. They brought the child and asked me, Swamiji, this child is artistic, please heal him. And not a single person in their family or in their surroundings knows Tamil. I put my hand on the head of the child and started healing. In a pure village Tamil, in singular, not even in plural, in singular, that boy said, remove your hand. He just said in Tamil, remove your hand. I was shocked. Because the whole family, they are North Indian family, not a single person knows Tamil. And they said, no way this child can even hear a Tamil word. Because none of us speak and none of us know Tamil. He is growing with us. I thought maybe some spirit or ghost has possessed him. I asked him, who is speaking? He said, I am the owner of this body speaking. Don't you understand? In Tamil he started speaking. I asked him, why are you asking me to remove my hand? I am healing you. He said, I don't want to be healed. It's not your business. Just get out. I was shocked. He said, I do not want to take the responsibility of my life, going through the regular routine. I just wanted a life, comfortable life, somebody taking care of me. That's why I took this kind of a body and mind. I was shocked. I told, that is okay, your freedom, But your parents are such nice people. Why are you torturing them? Why did you took birth? They are such nice people. He said, I took birth because they are nice people. They will take care of me. They will not put me in the hospitals or asylums or somewhere else. They will take care of me. That's why I took birth in their family. This incident gave me a very big opening or clarity. Every soul, consciously or unconsciously, knowingly or unknowingly, chooses its place, birth and the lifestyle. That is what we call prarabdha. When you come down, create the body, you design. For some people it hurts. Understand? It hurts because you are not able to tolerate that you chose what you are having now. I tell you, we choose poverty sometimes because it's a big freedom. With wealth, too much of responsibility is there. It's a big bondage. So understand, start looking into yourself why you chose what you chose. Maybe that can help you to enjoy and celebrate what you chose. Instead of constantly turning your attention and awareness towards cursing and abusing what you chose, if you start looking why you would have chosen what you would have chosen, you will see suddenly new things revealing, and you are exactly where you wanted to be. You are exactly where you wanted to be. That is ultimate truth. Whether it hurts or heals, truth is truth. Usually with little patience it heals, it never hurts. That is why I say karma is unfulfilled desires and experiences, your lifestyle and everything is straight away consciously chosen by you, and your present is the totality of the decisions you made in the past. Your future is going to be the totality of the decisions you are making in the present. So if you want, consciously you can alter, rearrange, edit, reduce, delete or recreate. You have freedom. How to start meditation? At what age one should start meditation? You are in right place, you will have the answer in few minutes. We will enter into the technique. Come for tomorrow and day after tomorrow sessions too. We will be entering into the deeper and deeper levels of methods and techniques. We always dream because we are away from reality, or try to achieve dream reality. If we do not dream, then what is life? This is one of the worst lie taught to you. Because your universities and schools and societies are not able to teach you superconscious state, they taught you daydreaming state. Understand? Just because they are not able to teach, just because they compromised, let you not waste your life. Let you not miss the truth. Let you not miss the reality. Life can be lived without daydreaming, with superconscious vision. I always tell people, with daydreaming, these desires, before fulfillment, they will give you a deep restlessness. After fulfilling, suddenly you will see they are showing you emptiness. With vision, means superconscious lifestyle, thoughtless awareness lifestyle, before fulfilling those visions will empower you, will show you the direction. After fulfilling, they will give you a deep satisfaction. There is a big difference between daydream life and superconscious life. There is only two choices. Either you will live a superconscious life or daydreaming life. If you are not living a superconscious life, be sure you are living a daydreaming life. But there is a great fear. If I stop daydreaming, how will I do next planning? How will I decide how to invest? How will I decide what my plans should be next? How will I invest? How will I decide what my life should be? If it is not there, what will you do? Sometimes, if your workers or subordinates convince you, without them your business cannot run. If you are convinced, they will start exploiting you. Same way, your mind has convinced you, without it, you cannot run your life. That conviction is what I call suffering. That is what I call the root of suffering. I tell you, when I say, I really mean, you can live without your daydreaming. You may ask, then how will I plan for my tomorrow? Usually, you are not planning, you are worrying. You are not planning, you are worrying. And even by your planning, you are only reproducing your past into the future. You are limiting your growth by planning. Because you do not have courage to live with the spontaneity, to live with your spontaneous visions happening, to live with the spontaneous revelations happening, constantly you are struggling with your day-to-day planning and your life. People who had courage to trust their vision, their spontaneity, only they become genius. Only they become genius. Please understand, a little courage to enter into the life without daydreaming can just revolutionize. I can say this is what I call psychological revolution. Just try for 10 days. In 10 days, I don't think your whole life will be taken away from you. In 10 days, if it can be taken away, then it is not worth having. Let it be taken away. So just try for 10 days, life without daydreaming. Suddenly you will see the quality of spontaneity, and every one of you are visionaries. Because of your planning and daydreaming, the quality of having visions is suppressed. If you just remove the daydreaming, if you just remove the daydreaming and have little courage towards that quality of creating visions in you, quality of living with the spontaneity, you will see suddenly the visionary in you is awakened. People who live with superconsciousness never fail and miss in their decisions, because the depth of dilemma or the oscillation, mood swings will be very less. It will be very limited. When the mood swing and the depth of dilemma is limited, suddenly you will see so much of energy is saved and decision making becomes so sharp and straight. I always tell people, having freedom without intelligence is the worst suffering. Whenever this thousands of people are living in our ashrams around the world, when they don't listen to what I say, I tell them, all right, give him freedom. That is the worst suffering. That is the worst punishment. Just by the dilemma, he will die. Just by the dilemma, he will die. Nothing else needs to be done. Without intelligence, when the freedom is given, it will lead only to suffering. Our daydreaming is also nothing but dilemma. The intelligence is not there, but the freedom is there. That is what I call daydreaming. Somebody is asking, is a blissful state in one in which breathing pattern changes, it's deep and slow, and I can feel a wave of energy on the face. Is this a blissful state? I can say this is one of the symptoms of the blissful state. In the blissful state, actually the breathing pattern changes and the whole body feels the wave. This is one of the symptoms of the blissful state. This question I answered. We always dream because we are away from reality, or try to achieve dream reality. If we do not dream, then what is life? So, only kids need to dream to cope up with the reality. Even after growing, if you have to dream to cope up with the reality, we are mentally retarded. We have not grown. After the childhood or beyond the childhood. Can the experience of enlightenment be transferred through touch? Can I enter the Turiya state under the influence of the Master? It is possible. From time immemorial, the first gift was always given by the push from the Master. But to stay in that same state, you yourself should have gone through the psychological revolution. Ramakrishna was able to give only one glimpse to Vivekananda. But Vivekananda has to go through the psychological revolution to retain it. So, the experience can be given, a glimpse can be given by the touch of the Master. But if you need to retain it, surely you yourself need to go through that psychological revolution. Means living these great truths in reality. If a person focuses on his work with intensity, does that person need meditation? This is again a hypothetical question. If a person focuses his work, nobody can focus without meditation. So if you think, if a person focuses, actually the question with if cannot be answered. The question with if cannot be answered. It is like a hiding. It is like if it is. If it is. The if it is cannot be added. If it is cannot be answered. Will meditation in the beginning produce any bad side effects? No. No side effect except bliss and health. Is there any meaning in the dream I am seeing? There is no meaning even in the world which you are seeing. What about the dream? Even the world which you are seeing has no meaning. So forget about the meaning of the dreams which you are seeing. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I saw this dream, I saw such and such a dream, please give me the meaning about it, explain. I tell them, the world which you are seeing is itself is useless. So, why waste time in interpreting the dreams? There is something called placebo effect. Understand? If patient and doctor, both of them does not know, the medicine is given, if some color water is given instead of medicine, and not only the patient should not know it is just water, even doctor should not know it is just water. Both of them should be thinking it is a medicine, but the person gets healed. He gets the same effect of medication. This is called placebo effect. The same placebo effect, the reverse placebo effect, there is a theory, reverse placebo effect. But you know, in the West, this calamity happens. In the East also it has started. Continuously advertising about some symptoms of disease. If you have a slight knee pain, it may be arthritis. Some 5-6 symptoms, a very broad symptoms if you give, and ask if you have any one of these symptoms, you have this mental disorder. You will see 95% of the people will start feeling that they have that mental disorder. No, it's true. Morning, slow lethargy, or irritation in your relationships, feeling like disconnected, or loneliness. If you have any one or all the symptoms, you have this mental disorder. Who will say I don't have? And these idiots go on preaching this nonsense. When these ideas are constantly told to the public, told to the people, they start believing that they do have the disease. Understand one problem? If there are 10 symptoms, and if you start connecting with the disease by saying you have one symptom, you will create all other 9 symptoms within few days. Because you are clearly, strongly believing you have that disease now. You have to express other symptoms, otherwise something is wrong. You will start thinking, oh God, other symptoms are not there, then something is wrong with me. So giving these broad symptoms and asking you to choose, if you have any one or all the symptoms, you have this disease, is the worst calamity. Actually, this is what I call reverse placebo effect. In the first placebo effect which I explained, the healing happens. In this placebo effect, disease happens. In the West, oh God, of course, the East also, of course, the Indian cities are no more Bharat. Unfortunately, we have to tell the truth. Geographically, maybe Bharat, but the great value, the great lifestyle is slowly. Anyhow, but at least if you have intelligence, stop allowing these thoughts getting into your system. Stop allowing, especially the symptoms related to mental disorder. See, every season, every once in 3 months, in the West you will see one new diagnosis. And you will see 30% of the country is suffering with the disease. And 27% of the country is suffering with the disease. I am surprised. The moment you come out with some symptom, naturally what people will think? I think I have a little irritation. 2-3 times I shouted. I do have that symptom. You just connect with your activity and attitude and see. If some one symptom clicks, then what happens? You start visualizing from next day all other symptoms are there in your life. And you connect every incident in your life and see. And you have now, you are very clear, now you have the disease. So I feel the very idea from which we look has to be shifted, has to be changed. All they missed is health, that's all. They missed an important idea, important truth, the healthy part of the human being they missed. Consciousness is the healthiest part of the human being. They are not interested in accepting that. Because if the moment they accept that, They give the hope to the human being they can heal themselves. They don't need the help of somebody else. Then problem starts. People come and ask me many times, why should we go to the gurus? We have become dependent on masters. At least master will liberate you at some point. Master basically trusts there is a part in you which cannot be occupied or possessed by disease. What is the fastest way to spiritual progress? Shortcut. If you want an honest answer, I should say, I don't know. I don't know is the honest answer. Because, according to me, the spiritual life itself is the simple, straight path. See, shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So there is no more, there cannot be any other shortcut. Shortest distance between 2 points is straight line. So I can say, spiritual life is straight line. That is the straightest line, that is only shortest route. Please put some light on what is it that tells me that I had a good sleep in the night. Maybe the time you spent in the deep sleep was more than time you spent in dream state. That is what you feel morning, that you had good sleep or rest. Swamiji clarified that there are so many methods of meditation, which is the excellent method. I can say I have chosen 3 methods, 3 techniques. These 3 days you will be learning. Today it will be like a preparation, introduction, entering into meditation. Tomorrow it will be deeper, cleansing. And day after tomorrow, deepest level, unclutching, means experiencing the true self. So, we'll enter into the meditation. Just these few questions I'll attend, then we'll enter into the meditation. These are the questions. How long we can meditate at a stretch? How to come out from the thought flow? All these questions will be answered now in the meditation when I explain the technique. Many times dreams are considered to be the symbolizers of future happenings than what the dream is. I don't think your dream should be symbolizing your future. Your future is not that bad or that low that it can be predicted and planned in your dream. It should be predicted and planned in your waking state. Understand? If your future is planned and predicted in the waking state, you know where you are going. If it is predicted and planned in the dream state, understand, where are you going? Where are you heading? You don't even know where you are heading. I think it is very dangerous. Better not to be planning and predicting your future.
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160 plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter.
Alright, so Swami mentioned about the technique. So let's enter into the technique of chaotic breathing, awakening and raising the prana to its peak possibility. So for 7 minutes, sit in Vajrasana. Vajrasana means when you sit with knees bent on the heels. That is Vajrasana. Once you are seated in Vajrasana, keep your eyes closed and hands on your hips. So replacing hands on the hips and breathe chaotically. Chaotically means we're not following any particular pattern with the breathing. Actually, Sami shares that most of our breathing, every time that we breathe, has some pattern, and every uh, pattern has emotions involved in it, root patterns are involved in it. So any samskaras has its own patterns of even with the breathing. So when you breathe chaotically, you are breaking those patterns. So inhale and exhale deeply and chaotically, and just focus on the breathing, and your entire being should become the breathing. So understand, normally in our body the energy flows from Sahasrara, which is the crown center, to the Muladhara, which is the root center. And when you sit in Vajrasana, that helps to facilitate the energy to move upward from Muladhara to the Sahasrara. So sitting in this posture and doing the chaotic breathing is the best way to awaken the Kundalini and raise the prana to its peak possibility. So let's get into the meditation. Sit in Vajrasana, keep your eyes closed, hands on the hips, and let's begin the chaotic breathing meditation. slowly settle down and just be in that space of the energy that has been created. Just settle, let it settle down. And make sure that you practice this chaotic breathing technique again and again, because when you breathe chaotically, it breaks away all the patterns that you carry, because each pattern has its own rhythm of breathing. When you breathe chaotically, you start breaking these patterns. So now we'll be entering into the power manifestation round. And today we are doing the power of thought current scanning. So let's get ready to enter into the power manifestation. We'll be entering into the Sas Pramana, which is a scripture reference for manifesting this science. And the Sas Pramana goes as Jnanam cha pratimam tasya trikalavashayam bhavet dura shruti dura deshitaha swechayam khagatam rajet. Bhagavan Paramashivoham says he gets immeasurable experiential knowledge, knows the past, present, and future times, has Dura Shruti, power to listen to anything at far off, great distance. Dura Drishti, power to have direct vision of anything at great distance, anywhere. Khagatam, power to walk, move in air by own will like Khaga, and ability to walk, ability to speak on any unknown subject, omniscience. So with this, let's get ready to enter into the power of thought current scanning.
Yes.
So
Yes. Thank you, Maharaj.
this round, so we have Shiv Shankara Maharaj who will be guiding us, taking us through the power manifestation. Yes, welcome Shiv Shankara Maharaj. Let's get started with the power manifestation.
Thank you, Maharaj. Thank you for introducing the power manifestation today. So let's enter into the thought current scanning. As I mentioned earlier, in the last power manifestation session, we were manifesting the power of reading our thoughts. Now we're going to do the same. We're going to do the same, but right now what we're going to do is we're going to do the same thought current scanning. After scanning it, we're going to write it down in the paper and see how our thoughts are jumping from each other, right? It's not straightly available. It's not like how our thoughts are actually into very point. Our thoughts keep jumping, right? In this second, our thought may be, okay, I have to listen to what the Acharya is studying. In another second, our thought will be, okay, what is going to happen for tomorrow? It's already late. I need to go to sleep. Or I'm hungry, for example. Or I need to attend the call. Or I need to go outside. I need to buy something. I need to attend to some messages. Or I'm getting a washroom. Just our thoughts keep jumping here and there every single second. So what we're going to do is we're going to be a witness, watch the thoughts, how it actually happens. Again, do the same, and after that, writing it down and see and just observe. This is how my thought is, right? So because when we're going to set the base of scanning our own thoughts, then only we can even move on to the next level of scanning people's thoughts, someone else's thoughts, giving solutions to them, and then healing their thoughts, giving a healing towards their thoughts. So first and foremost, setting the base of scanning our thoughts and checking it, making sure, yes, see where we are actually there, where the time we are spending to the thoughts which we are spending. Let us all sit straight. Sit straight now. Close our eyes. We're going to chant the Mahavakya, remembering Swamiji in our third eye. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let's enter the manifestation. I request you guys, Mr. Maharaj, you can go ahead and play the Mahavakya in the background. Participants can chant along and connect and be in the space of oneness. And let's begin.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes. Now I request all the participants to relax.
Nithyananda
Rise,
Paramashivoham.
relax yourself. Now take a minute to write down, right? Write down what you saw, what Paramashiva actually manifested and projected. Write it down in detail. As we're going to do simultaneously, we're going to write and then we're going to prepare ourselves. We're going to be entering into the next session. We want to listen directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It's higher revelations, more powerful cognitions from today's session. So as the participants are writing, keep writing, right? Do not edit, do not delete, do not think, okay, can I write it or no? No, these thoughts are, so bad. No one is going to see the thoughts. Only you are going to see your thoughts and see how it is so disorganized, how it is so complicated, how it is so confused. And look at and see how you can change yourself, right? So this is the only thing which you're going to do, and scan your thoughts and give healing towards it. Now let's prepare ourselves. Let's just enter the next session, listening directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the next set of the powerful questions. Let's begin.
Inner chatting means whether you are driving or washing or cleaning or eating or cooking or sitting or watching TV, whatever you may be doing, there's a 24-hour FM going on inside. 24-hour FM going on inside. Talking. You don't know what is going on. Understand? Understand an important danger. You are nothing but the totality of your thoughts. Am I right? Unfortunately, you don't even know what you are thinking continuously 24 hours. Then how will you know about your life? People come and ask me, Swamiji, can you predict my future? I tell them, I only change futures, not predict. If I have to predict your future, what kind of a life you are living? What ugly kind of life you are living? People come with a small paper to do this matchmaking. This marriage ceremony, matchmaking, they come and they give the paper. Swamiji just see this, whether the male and female, these guys can marry. I tell them, oh God, if such a big decision can be taken with these two small papers, your whole future is nothing more than these two small papers. We live in such an unconscious state. That is why you are afraid of future. That is why you are afraid of future. 24 hours you don't know what is going on inside you. That is why whenever things happen in your life which you really wanted always, you think it is an accident. Because you were not even aware what you wanted. You work for, you see, you invite somebody through phone, email, fax, telegram, and then send somebody and bring that guy. The moment he enters your house, you say, no, not this guy, I wanted another person. Because you don't know who you invited. Diseases are very good people. They don't go unless you force them to come to you. Because they have too much reputation. They are too busy guys. Busy people and good people. They don't go. You invite, send email, text message, SMS, cell phone, and finally you send somebody and bring him. And you say, no, I did not invite him, I did not think he will be coming. I thought somebody else will be coming. No. All your accidents are expected, invited. Understand? In the whole life, there is no such thing as accident or miracle. Your inner chattering, you are not aware of your inner chattering, you are not aware of what you are inviting. If you enjoy what you invited unconsciously, you call that as miracle. If you resist what you invited unconsciously, you call that as accident. That's all. There is no miracle, there is no accident in the life. Everything is clearly invited by you. The third layer, mental layer, inner chattering, is only inviting continuously. You store engrams, there are also samskaras there too. And fourth layer is emotional layer. We call it Sukshma Sarira, intense emotions. That's the fourth layer. Fifth layer is the layer you experience during deep sleep. The peace you experience during deep sleep. Sixth layer is excitement and joy you experience for no reason. Sometimes, rarely you will experience. This is what we call Anma Sharira, cosmic body. Rarely, when you are in love, when you are really sharing for no reason, not for the reason, not for the sake of some pleasure which you will gain from the other person, no. Just for no reason, that time you experience that. Sixth layer, very rare. Seventh layer is enlightenment, which at least none of you experience. But unfortunately, I have to listen and see what they are teaching. Today we will enter into few sutras. Let me read the sutra, then we will try to understand. I am giving you only the English translation. Blessed one, as senses are absorbed in the heart, reach the center of the lotus. Such a simple one-liner, but can straight away lead you to the enlightenment experience. Let me describe what is exactly I mean by the word enlightenment. Ramakrishna says beautifully, whenever I try to explain exactly what is enlightenment, I am blocked. Of course, that is the truth. Maybe I can try to give one point of understanding. There will not be any movement of letter or word or a thought between your navel and the throat. The words will come only from the throat. I can say this is one of the precise description of enlightenment. There will not be any word or thought or syllable or sound movement between the navel and the throat. Means only when you are talking the words will be coming. When you are not talking, there will not be any words inside. Only the energy movements. Only the energy movements. Means there is no thought. There is no verbalization. There will not be any continuous inner chattering. Your inner chattering is the only thing which disturbs your whole life. Very difficult for a normal person to understand. They will always think, no, unless I have inner chattering, how will I plan my everyday life? How will I be able to run my business? How will I be able to live? Understand, when you don't have inner chattering, I don't say it is a dead silence. It is an intense energy. Whatever needs to be done comes out as a full, complete visualization. For example, what you need to do tomorrow, if you have the inner chattering, it will come line by line. Morning I will have to get up. Then I will have to go to my office. Then I will be doing this work. Then evening I will come back. Then I may have this program, that program. Like a linear way, one by one it comes out. When you don't have inner chattering, just you are with yourself, the whole visualization comes out as a one statement or one information. That is what we call intuition. When you go through the logical process, it is called inner chattering. It is intellect. But when you don't have that inner chattering, things starts expressing in you intuitively. Straight away you know. If you have the tomorrow routine, if it gets downloaded into your system, you know clearly. First, next, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, everything will be presented to you straight away. I don't know whether I conveyed it completely. I am trying. You can try to understand how without verbalization enlightened beings are working. If you had the fortune of living around some enlightened being, of course, very difficult. It is very difficult because one visualization which comes to me has to be translated into action, means at least 200 verbalization, verbal instruction has to be delivered. It is very difficult for the disciples to grasp. That is why there is constant fight between me and my disciples. From morning I come out of my room till I go back to my room. No, sorry, till I sleep, because I'll be in the chat also. It is a constant struggle between me and my disciples. Impossible, because constantly it comes out as a full visualization. But a person who stays in the verbalization, very difficult to grasp. All you need is even a few moments. If you decide consciously and relax from the verbalization, to tell you honestly, you need nothing else except the clear decision. It is time. Surely there is something more than whatever verbalization gave to my life. See, your property, your name and fame, your position, everything was given to you by your verbalization. The thinking which you had, that only gifted everything to you. So you have a deep gratitude for verbalization. Apart from gratitude, the utility value, you know this is paying and going to pay. Continuously it is going to add more and more. The utility value is there. All you need is a clarity. Really there is something beyond verbalization and I want it. This clarity is more than enough. This conscious decision is more than enough. One more thing. I am not asking you to drop the verbalization whole day. The moment I say that, you will be frightened. Then I have to add Kshatriya part. Kshatriya part to the scriptures. No. All I am asking, even if you can drop for few minutes before starting to the office, I'll sit and few minutes I'll decide no inner chattering. Understand, you do not know the power of your intention. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, I also decide no inner chattering, but that word itself is one more inner chattering. How can I remove the inner chatterings? Understand, mind can kill the mind. Mind can kill the mind. You can commit suicide. Not physically, I am saying mentally. If somebody asks, no, I am having life, any idea, thought which I am having in the life, how can it lead to death? It can. Your mind may be having life now. Don't think it can't lead you to the mindlessness. It can lead you to mindlessness. The conscious decision not to have inner chattering, at least for a few moments, will add so much energy into your being. It's as of now your mind is like a hall filled with furnitures. Can you say, oh, whole hall is filled with furnitures? How can this hall become empty? No. It can become empty if you start removing one by one. The conscious decision to have the mindless state is like removing the furniture one by one. Just few moments per day. If you can decide consciously and sit, maybe for 1 month decide it as a routine. After that you don't need to do it as a routine. After that you will see the very taste calls you back. The very taste calls you back. After 1 month drinking, you don't need to decide, you need to drink. The very taste will call you back. Just few moments, decide very consciously, no words between navel and throat. That is the area the words will be moving when you are not talking. From Manipuraga chakra to Vishuddhi chakra, that is the area the words will be constantly moving. Even when it is not needed. Things which you are doing when it is not needed tires you, and you will not have energy to do things which is needed to do, which you need to do, which is needed. The constant inner chattering will tire you Do not ever think or believe because of your inner chattering only you are able to do your business, run life, live your life with the luxury and comfort. No. In spite of your inner chattering, you are living comfortably. Not because of your inner chattering. Sometime rarely, those inner chattering would have given you little way out of compassion. You would have had one or two strong visualizations, intuition. Only those decisions which you made out of intuitions will be responsible now for your wealth, for your comfort, for your luxury, for your happiness in the life. You can just look back and see the major successful decisions. When those things happened in you, you might have been in a high mood, or the mood in which there was no thoughts. Only those decisions bring joy, peace and bliss. Understand, enlightenment means not having any letter, word, sound, vibration between navel and Vishuddhi. That's all. Here Mahadeva is giving a straight technique to achieve this state. There is so many other descriptions about enlightenment. Here I am giving you the description or understanding through which directly you can enter into this technique. Your inner space, the whole world unused natural resource, I can say misused powerful natural resource is your inner space. Naturally available to us, just because we don't know how to use, it constantly gets abused and we do not know the power of it. Just a simple one understanding. Again and again, from time immemorial, the enlightened masters are landing on the planet Earth and saying that life is joy and ecstasy and bliss. Again and again. Another one problem is, we are not able to just throw them out, saying that they may be liars, or one bolt has gone. We are not able to push them aside just because of their authenticity, just because of their very presence. Truth adds value to your presence. When Vivekananda addressed the Parliament of Religions, he started, "Dear brothers and sisters of America." The reminiscences, people who witnessed the scene, they say that it took at least 10 minutes for the crowd to settle down. It was such a strong experience, not just clapping, the very feeling. Somebody asked Vivekananda, how this happened? Because every day you see in the street so many people calling you sister, brother, all those things. The problem is, when they call sister or brother, you don't know what for they are calling. There is a beautiful word in Sanskrit, ojas. If the person who is speaking, if he is speaking from authentic experience, the person who is listening has to listen authentically. Listener cannot escape, because the depth are the words will have its own quality. Not only that, anything comes out of the pure inner space has to penetrate your inner space, has to enter into your inner space. When Vivekananda says, dear brothers and sisters, you cannot just brush him aside saying, oh, he's lying, or he's using sentimental words, or he is just socially polite, or he is politically correct. You can't brush him aside. Because it will be such a strong experience. It will be such a strong word. You cannot push the Master's words aside. I always tell people, either you agree completely with me or you disagree completely with me. That's a big problem. But you cannot push Masters aside. Again and again they are happening and they say that life is joy, life is ecstasy, life is bliss, life is ananda. But in our daily routine, it doesn't seem to be true. And it doesn't seem to be reality. That is why I have seen many times this happening. People who live closely with enlightened masters, living masters, they can't understand what is going on. This guy is constantly radiating so much of joy, so much of ecstasy. I always tell people, if you live with the living master, either you should become enlightened or you will become mad. No other way. Because you are too close to truth. It's a dangerous zone. Either if you are cooperating, if you are letting that process to happen, if you are involving yourself, you will become enlightened. If you are resisting, the resistance will be too much, because every moment you have to resist and you don't have so much of energy to resist. Because his presence will be so strong, it will be penetrating. To resist an enlightened master, you need almost equal energy, which is practically impossible. That is the reason you can't push them aside. Neither we can push them aside, nor we are able to realize. Then where is the problem? Why their words doesn't seem to be reality in our system? Even people who follow many times feel the words which are coming out, why it has not become reality in my life? I can say the only one reason: unused, abused inner space. The first thing in the life, if somebody asks me, Swamiji, give me only one word advice. Actually, that is a big problem. Many people come and ask me, give me only one word. I tell them, if I have to give you one word advice, I need 2-3 hours. If I have to give whatever I want, then I can give it immediately. One word means it has to be essence. Once Bernard Shaw wrote a 100-page book. Somebody goes and asks, how could you write such a small book, 100-page? He says, I don't have time. If I had time, I would have written only 40-page. Understand? He says, I don't have time. That is why I wrote 100-page. If I had little more time, I would have written much smaller. Means to be precise, you need more time. If somebody asks me to be precise on only one word, advice, my advice will be, let you care about your inner space, that's all. Understand, without knowing, without respecting, without even having little sensitivity, Constantly we are abusing our inner space. From morning till night, you do not know what you are sowing, you do not know what you are growing, you do not know what you are encouraging. Suddenly when you see the result, you say, this is not what I asked, this is not what I wanted, I don't know how this happened in my life, I don't know how come God is punishing me? Poor guy. Anything goes right, credit goes to you. Anything goes wrong, he has to take. And we all of us know he is sitting somewhere and he doesn't interfere much. So naturally we go on complaining. It is he, it is he, it is he. The concept of God has become method to you escape from our responsibility. Escape from our responsibility. The abused inner space or misused inner space is the worst thing can happen to an individual. Very beautifully, Shankara says, Agara Suddhayo Smriti Suddhihi. If the intake is purified, your memory, inner space will be purified. Understand, when Shankara says intake, he does not mean just the food which you take through the mouth. No. All the things which you take through all five senses, through eyes, through ears, through smell, through mouth and through touch. Whatever you take inside is called ahara. Our inner space is constantly abused by wrong diet, wrong food, poison. So much of violence we are swallowing, visually or through movies or through media, whatever may be reason. So much of violence you are swallowing. I don't say you should not read newspaper. To know the news, to keep in touch with the world, newspaper is perfectly all right. But we go on spending time and energy enjoying and cherishing the violent visualizations. So much we are throwing inside without knowing that our inner space is getting corrupted. The corruption which happens to your inner space is what I call samskara, engraved memories. The memories which goes and sits inside your inner space and makes you go through same experience, makes you do same kind of actions. Even if you don't want, those memories is what I call samskaras. Today, the whole session today is completely dedicated to work on our inner space, to work on our samskaras. We will do a deeper process, some methods to cleanse the unnecessarily accumulated samskaras. Of course, all samskaras are unnecessary. You can be alive without any samskara because your very body is made out of the samskaras which is needed. Your mind does not need to carry any samskara to run your life or to protect the infrastructure which you are having as your own, or to expand your infrastructure to add comforts and to do what you want. Please understand, your body has an innate intelligence which we call biomemory, or in Sanskrit prarabdha. When you design your body, you have clearly decided about the life, about the enjoyments, experiences you want to have. Based on that, you decide your body, you design your body. So the energy or the ideas with which you designed your body, that is called prarabdha. Your prarabdha is intelligent enough, powerful enough, efficient enough to run your life and expand your infrastructures. Any samskara which is operating in your conscious or unconscious layer is nothing but a hindrance for the fulfillment of your life. Any samskara, please understand, any samskara. There is no such thing as good or bad. People come and ask me, I feel like coming back to your lecture, Swamiji. Is this samskara also bad? You tell them, please be very clear. Do not try to hide. Mind sometimes hides from this corner to that corner. If you chase the mind from this corner, it goes and hides in that corner. I tell them, be very clear. Anything, even coming back or listening to the discourse, if it is based on samskara, you have not understood what I said. First time, if you listen and drop samskaras, you don't need to come second time. You don't need to do anything. Sometime you will see, without samskara, just out of a deep gratitude or ecstasy, you may come back. That is perfectly all right. But not as a habit. People who come and sit as a habit, be very clear, I can be 100% sure they will not be listening what I am talking. Because they will have one more habit. They have mastered the art of sitting with open eyes and sleeping. They may not be moving their head. Sometimes I have seen, they will be, especially in the modern day, our schools and colleges teach kids how to sit with open eyes and sleep. Eyes will be wide open, sitting very straight, but you will see their mind will not be here. The mind will be somewhere else. As I was telling yesterday, daydreaming. If you are here out of habit, I don't think that is going to help. Because again, the next habit, even if the body is there, mind will be somewhere. That habit will be there. I always tell people, early morning when you get up and put the brush in the mouth, mind is already in the office. When you are sitting in the office and operating your computer, mind is already in the beach or the temple evening. When you are in the temple, your mind is already in the house. By the time you reach the house and settle down, mind is already thinking about what to do tomorrow, next day routine. One thing is sure, if you are here, your mind is not here. Because constantly it is running here, there, here, there, here, there. Filled samskaras, inner space filled with samskaras is hell. Inner space without samskaras is heaven. So do not try to classify good or bad. Samskara by itself, by its very nature, is negative. By its very nature is depressive. I always tell people, if you come and sit just out of samskara, after 2 days the same thing will be boring. Anything done out of samskara, suddenly you will see it becomes empty, it becomes boring, it becomes simply unrelated to your life. Any moment happens with a deep understanding. Any moment happens out of your pure inner space, adds value to you. From the young age, we collect so many different samskaras through so many ways, accumulate, add, and reproduce. Samskaras do reproduce even without any further action. Just by thinking, you can strengthen samskaras. There are some samskaras which can be strengthened only by action. There are some which will be strengthened by information. There are some neither needs action nor needs information. Just remembrance is enough. They will get strengthened. We collect various level samskaras, engraved memories, and store in our system and expand, multiply, create more and more hindrance. Now, I'll take few minutes to analyze whatever I expressed. Please understand. Now, whatever I expressed is more like atato brahma jignasat. Let us inquire into the reality. So I proposed whatever I want to propose. Now you can analyze it through your questions. It's like a churning. The master's experience and the disciple's logic is used to churn. When the disciple's logic is used to work and the churn with the master's experience, suddenly you will see the amrita, the master's experience, comes out. If the disciple's logic is not intelligent enough to stay with the master patiently, then that logic emits something. It is called poison. That logic will escape, run away out of its tiredness. When it thinks it is not going to survive, it will emit poison. Just like that Vasugis. If you know the churning, the Milky Ocean, the story, the Vasugi, the snake can be called as disciple's logic. When the Vasugi thought it won't survive, it started vomiting poison. When the logic feels it can't survive these great truths, it is going to disappear. The life is going to take different direction. It vomits poison, which I call doubt, and creates problems. If you have patience to work with the master's experience, which is the Meru hill, you will see Amrita, enlightenment comes out of your system. Let us churn the master's experience with the questions so that you can internalize all these great truths, all these great revelations. Then we will enter into the process and meditation technique. First, let me answer. See, here he's asking, animals don't get married and live a free life. Why should we get married and suffer? Is there anything that is in a marriage that is not provided for animals? Yes. Yes. Animals take birth as polygamous and die as polygamous. Human being, in seed, in potential form, when he is taking birth, he is polygamous, but he should not die as polygamous. He should become monogamous. Understand, that is what is maturity. Suddenly you will see, when you start growing inside you, the deep friendliness liberates you from lust. Please understand. Just yesterday, in our ashram, I was discussing about this. In our ashramites meeting, I was taking classes for my brahmacharis about the celibacy and sannyas. There were some very intimate questions and answers. Sessions was going on. There I made a statement, very important truth. It is not just for swamis, even for everyone, we need to understand. A deep friendliness will completely replace the need for lust. It's a very important sutra. It's a very important sutra. Usually in marriage, a deep hatred replaces the lust. A small story. 30-year-old guy goes to the doctor. After thorough checkup, medical checkup, doctor says, your health is not for married life. You have to completely drop physical relationship. You have to be celibate, alone. This guy says, no, I'm just 30. I cannot suddenly quit. I cannot suddenly stop. Give me some other alternative. He says, all right, then marry. Slowly it will automatically taper down. Understand, a deep hatred starts replacing the need for lust. But the truth is, a deep friendliness can replace the need for physical relationship. If the deep friendliness replaces the need for physical relationship, that is what we call vanaprastha. In the Vedic tradition, a ripened married life. When the married life gets ripened, it's called vanaprastha. In the Vedic marriage, there is a beautiful Asirvachana, means the blessing statement. During the marriage, the blessing is given to the woman, let you become your, to the man, the blessing is given, let you become the 11th son of your wife. For her, the blessing is given, let you become the 11th daughter of your husband. Means, after 10 years of living together, the deep friendliness, if it grows, suddenly you will see the need for the physical relationship comes down, tapers down. So I really feel the marriage system has something to contribute. At least our masters had something in their heart when they created this system of family. So surely marriage system has something to add to you than the animal life. I can say deep friendliness. I can say it's like the physical relationship is more like confirming whether the other person is still in need of me, or still the other person wants me, or still the other person loves me or not. If that guarantee, the confirmation, the other person is in love with you, the other person really needs you, the other person will miss you, the other person loves you. If that confirmation, that security settles down in both hearts, suddenly you will see the need for physical relationship comes down. I can say that is what is the gift of that is what is the fruit which you are supposed to have from the proper marriage system. I can say that is the thing which animals cannot experience. A polygamous man can never experience this. Polygamous man can never experience what I am saying, that guarantee, insurance, the other person loves you, will never be experienced by a polygamous person. If you experience that, you lived a pure, fulfilling life. The life of the real Grihastha, the Vedic traditional Grihastha. Unless you have the courage to go near the truth, the real healing will never happen. You may have medically fit body, that does not mean you are healthy. Of course, whoever, I have seen, I can say 99%, the people who do not have the self-healing clarity, thoughts in the system, will never be able to maintain even the physical health. In last 5 years of my public life, around 1.2 million, 12 lakh disciples I have initiated. With that experience I am sharing with you, not just to boast or be proud about nothing, just to tell you with this authority, with this experience, with this understanding, I tell you, person who does not have the self-healing clarity and understanding. When I say self-healing understanding, when you fall in depression, the thoughts which brings you out of the depression, the clarity which brings you out of depression. Just a year ago, I did a small research. I chose some of the people who went through meditation programs and who went through some spiritual studying, asked them to write whatever comes in their mind without editing for 20 minutes. And a person who is not exposed to spirituality, asked them also to write. When I read those papers, it was a very shocking revelation. A person who is not exposed to the spirituality, his thoughts, if he has written 100 thoughts, more than 80 are directing him towards more and more depression. Only 20 thoughts were self-healing, means bringing him out of depression. But the people who are exposed to the spirituality and study and meditation, I saw more than 60% of their thoughts are self-healing. Only 40 are towards depression. The self-healing thoughts, the self-healing clarity, the touch of the truth. Only a person who had a touch of the truth in his life can maintain health. Understand? When I say health, I mean even physical health. Otherwise, it is impossible even to maintain physical health, especially in this so-called modern society. The stress and the pressure and all those things. The person who put the question yesterday, this is too much truth for me, Swamiji. I'm afraid. Understand? You are afraid of your health. You are afraid of your health. Sometime, truth will be strong. No other way. But I tell you, it can create so much of ecstasy and energy. Ecstasy in the inner space, energy to expand yourself in the outer space. Energy in the inner space, ecstasy in the inner space, energy to expand in the outer space. Yesterday, the one concept which I was explaining again and again, it is nothing but another one kind of a dream. That truth, if you can just collect it and keep it inside, that is what I call knowledge weapon, Shastra Sastra. Whenever depression attacks you, suffering attacks you, life brings different scenes in front of you, the Shastra Sastra, knowledge weapon, can be so powerful, can be used so much, you can just come out of the depression. So naturally, these great truths, sometime, even if it is too much, don't bother. Try to digest, assimilate, and keep it in the corner of your heart. Let the Shastra Shastras be stored inside you. The more and more Shastra Shastras you have, knowledge weapons you have, naturally the depression will have the fear about you. It's just like if you have a huge army, naturally the other country will be afraid of attacking you. You don't even have to attack. The moment you display your power, the other country will think twice before attacking you. Same way, the knowledge weapon, Shastra Shastras, the self-healing thoughts, the more and more you accumulate, the self-healing thoughts, Shastra Shastras, inside your system, you will see depression will have fear to come near you. Depression will have fear to even look at you. The life, or what you call as so-called life, will be afraid to come near you. Even now, the truths which I am sharing, it may be a little strong, but I tell you, if you want the truth to do the process of healing in you, it has to be digested, internalized. Many times people ask me, just by giving few hours of discourse, how could you heal, Swamiji? But it is happening. How it happened in me? Many people come and ask me. Just 2-3 days I sat with you and listened to whatever you said. Suddenly I feel my system is healed. My system is helped. My health is better. I tell them it is not simply listening. It is not ordinary words. You will see when these truths are added into you, you will completely rethink. You will redesign your whole life. What you think as desires, what you think as fear, what you think as worry, what you think as depression, all these things will suddenly have new clarity. All these things will suddenly disappear. When the load is taken out of your inner space, there is nothing else but healing. Healing is the only thing can happen to you. Here is a beautiful question. Sir, how to know master is enlightened or not among so many masters in the world? I tell you, even if the master is not enlightened, if your heart feels connected, just go behind him. Even if he is not enlightened, you will become enlightened. Understand? If your heart feels connected, just go behind him. Even if he is not enlightened, you will become enlightened. If your heart is not feeling connected, even if he is enlightened, he can't help you. Just forget about him. Even if he is enlightened, if your heart is not feeling connected to him, if you are not just feeling that vibration, that ecstasy, that falling in tune with him, he will not be able to help you. Just forget about it. So, don't have to bother whether somebody is enlightened or not. Bother more about whether you feel connected or not. It's one of the best way to avoid spiritual growth, judging the masters. It's a very, if you want to avoid spiritual growth, best method is judging the masters. Start judging so that you don't have to judge you. Many people come and ask me. One guy the other day asked me, young guy, he said, like how Vivekananda asked Ramakrishna, have you seen God? I am asking you, have you seen God? He asked me. He says that how Vivekananda asked Ramakrishna, same way I am asking you, answer me. Have you seen God? I told him. When Vivekananda asked Ramakrishna, Ramakrishna said yes, and Vivekananda was courageous enough to follow Ramakrishna. I tell you, not only I have seen, I am ready to show. Come on, that guy disappeared. We go on judging the masters, but do not bother about our qualification. I tell you, if your heart feels connected, if you feel some goodness being around him or about him, just go behind. Even if he is not enlightened, you will become enlightened. I have seen many disciples becoming enlightened and masters unenlightened.
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas.
Yes, Nithyananda, all of you. After this intense session that Swamiji was revealing on the inner chatter. Understand, when you may not be talking inside anybody outside, but internally there is always some activity that is going on within you. So when you start humming, it's an excellent technique to reduce the inner chatter. Understand that our inner chatter is created between the Manipurika chakra and the Swadhisthana chakra, which is just above the Muladhara chakra. And this area is also called as Hara region. When we hum intensely, such that we feel the vibration of humming right below our navel, we stop this process of continuous inner chatter. See, in the earliest initial stage, when the inner chatter is continuously bothering you, then humming can be extremely useful tool. Actually, if you haven't yet started, start every day. Do the humming intensely. It helps you to silence the mind. See, it is like shaking the hara. When you hum intensely, you're shaking the hara, which is the region between your Sadhisthana and Manipurika. So when you hum, the hum should happen from below the navel. The inner chatter is the sole reason for the mind to survive. And mind is nothing but the inner chatter. And through humming, when the inner chatter reduces, automatically you start progressing towards no mind. You start experiencing a different dimension of your being. And humming gives you an insight into the subtle vibrations of the body and helps you to take corrective actions if necessary. And it happens automatically and it does not need be enforced. Our body and mind are always out of sync. Your mind is always hovering elsewhere. So humming lets you feel your body as energy. See, the moment you start humming, you start feeling very light, as if you are floating. You don't feel the heaviness in the body because humming matches the vibration of the mind with the vibration of the body. Body and mind become harmonious and you start experiencing yourself as energy. So, in this step, you will keep your lips together and produce the sound. Mm. It's not hum, it's not om, it's without H. And if you are placing your face inside an empty aluminum vessel, the sound that will come will be similar to that. Understand, humming should be as lengthy as possible every time when you take inhalation or exhalation. It should be as lengthy as possible, as deeply as possible, and as loud as possible. There's no need to take an effort to take a deep breath. The body itself will take breath when needed. Don't become tense, just do it in a relaxed manner. Immerse your whole being and energy into creating the vibration. Try to minimize the gap between the humming sound, and after some time, you will feel that the humming continues without your effort and that you have become simply a listener. The body and mind start resonating with the humming vibration. Continue to do this in the Vajrasana posture with Bindu Mudra. So, this is the Bindu Mudra where your index finger and thumb is together. You can rest your hands on the knees when you're sitting in Vajrasana. Vajrasana is where your leaning posture, when you sit on the knees. And understand this Bindu Mudra is very helpful in maintaining the balance of the energy flow in the body, and it keeps the energy within the body by creating a circuit. It prevents the energy from being dissipated out of the body. And after going through the first step of chaotic breathing, we move on to the next step where we start entering the subtler zones of our being. So sit in Vajrasana, hands in Bindu Mudra, and close your mouth and lips together and start producing the sound of humming as long as possible, as loud as possible, and as deep as possible. Let's begin. stop the humming and just sit unclutched, totally unclutched. Let the energy that is created is settle down in your system. Now we'll be moving on to the next step, which is the chakra awareness. Bringing awareness to each of the chakras, and at the same time Swamiji will be revealing on the chakras itself. So let's come to the space of listening and let's enter into this very powerful revelation by Swamiji on the chakras.
We have a lot of mechanisms inside our body. We have many systems inside our body. If it is not put to use, not only it is not useful, it is occupying unnecessary space in our system, in our being. If you know just how to switch it on, only nothing else, only one on, just one switch on, it's enough. The whole thing is useful. Just like that, our whole system, if you know just how to switch on the mechanisms which is in our being, the whole thing will be useful. The whole thing will turn into a utility system which you can use it for your day-to-day life. When I say there are so many mechanisms which are lying down in your system, in your body, without being put into use, I mean chakras. Small introduction to the chakras will be able to explain what is chakras. The energy centers, you see, almost all the ancient masters of all the religions, almost all the great masters of all the ancient masters of all the religion which worked on the inner sciences, they speak of these chakras, the energy centers. I just brought this to show you where the chakras are situated. I'll just give an introduction to the chakras, then we will see where the chakras are situated. All the great masters of all the religion, they speak about the chakras. Even though with a slight change in the numbers and the placements, the idea there are energy centers in our body is accepted by all the great masters. There are, you see, there is each and everyone gland has got a chakra nearby. Those energy centers take care of the activity of that area. What they say as a gland physically, metaphysically, chakras. Of course, chakras are not limited to the glands. It is not only the glands, it manages the whole area. Mainly that glands is managed by the concerned chakra. When we say the Agnya chakra, this is the energy center which controls, which activates, which manages the pituitary glands. Just like that, each and every chakra manages one of the glands or one major part of our body, our activities. Not only physical, mental, psychological, emotional and spiritual. All the layers, all the activities of your body and mind are managed by these chakras. The beautiful book on these chakras are done by a great yogi called Patanjali. Patanjali is a great master. Patanjali is the father of this yoga science. He is the first master who put the whole thing in a logical way, in a clear way. He describes about the chakras, how to meditate on the chakras, how to cleanse the chakras. The whole yoga science, the whole chakra science The whole healing science originates from Patanjali. From Patanjali, the roots, the seeds have come out from Patanjali. Patanjali is the root, Patanjali is the seed for the whole science. Now the way in which I am going to explain chakras to you is the way of Patanjali. Of course, each and every master, little bit they differ. One or two small things, there are little difference. When Buddhism, they speak on the chakras, one or two small difference will be there. But majority of the masters, majority of the enlightened people, they go with Patanjali because he is more scientific, more logical, more clear-cut on this subject. So what I am going to give you is based on Patanjali. Patanjali is the great saint, great enlightened master who lived thousands of years ago in the place called Chidambaram. Chidambaram is the place in India where he lived and had his enlightenment. He has recorded his enlightenment in a beautiful way called Yoga Aphorisms, Yoga Sutras. That's a book which explains basically about the whole science of yoga, meditation, whatever life, how the life should be led, how you need to live the life if you want to have the longevity, health and bliss. He is the father of all the postures, asanas, which we call asanas. Asana means, I think in West it is very famous now, bending the bodies and stretching out the bodies and breathing exercises. They are very famous in the West. All the yoga system, all the asanas are originally explained, are created by the Patanjali. He is the master who made all the description or a clear explanation. In a way, he has done the unabridged dictionary for the yoga philosophy. Unabridged dictionary. A complete collection of asanas, yoga system, mudras, meditations, chakra, about everything. And if you meditate on which chakra, in which way, what power you will get. Even to that extent, he has done a deep research and made an unabridged dictionary over this science. Let me explain about the chakras as Patanjali explains, according to the system of Patanjali, because what Patanjali says goes with my experience also. My experience also goes with what Patanjali says. So let me explain it. A small story. From that story I will be able to tell you the chakra, about the chakras. After a Second World War, a group of defense people, they were vacating their army camp. When they were vacating their army camp, they left a small open aircraft in one tribal village and went away. When they leave their army camps, they don't carry everything back. Some things they carry, some things if they can't, they leave it and go. Just like that, in an army village, in a tribal village, a small tribal village in Germany, they left one aircraft, open aircraft. Only one or two persons can sit in that sort of small helicopter. They left that open aircraft and went away. After 1 or 2 days, the tribal people, they have neither heard about aircraft or they have not seen. They don't even have any idea about the helicopter. They have not even heard about tractor or to speak of aircraft. So the whole village gathered and saw, what is this? What is something new has come to our village? They were not able to understand what it is. And they were just going around and round that vehicle. They don't even understand it is something called vehicle. It is something like a vehicle. So they were not able to assess what it is. Suddenly one man told, it may be God who has come to visit our village. And all the other people told, no. If God means he should speak, he should give boons. It is not doing anything, it is stagnant as it is.
They refused. The argument was refuted. Somebody else told it may be some devil or the ghost has come to our village. Again it was refused. No, it is not doing any harm. It is lying down there as it is. Nobody was able to recognize, nobody was able to understand what it is. Finally one boy came and told, you see, bullock cart also they have a wheel. They know only one thing, bullock cart. They use bullock cart. Bullock cart is also having a wheel. And this vehicle is also having a wheel. So it must be a bullock cart. Maybe little developed bullock cart. It must be bullock cart. When it is told with a logical way, the whole village agreed, yes, it must be a bullock cart. So they all thought that they have discovered what it is and they started celebrating, enjoying, running around the vehicle, pulling this way and that way, pushing this way and that way. The whole village was celebrating and enjoying the new bullock cart. After 1 month, it went on. They were playing with that vehicle. They put a big bullock in front of that helicopter and they started using that as a bullock cart. Throughout the village, they take round and whatever they want to transport, they started using this vehicle. It is going on. After some 3-4 months, one boy who has gone to a nearby village, nearby city to study, to do his school, he came back. He was a tribal boy. He went to a nearby city to do his studies. He came back and he saw the whole thing. He thought it cannot be bullock cart. It is done with so many mechanisms. He also don't know about a helicopter. He also don't know about aircraft. He has seen only the tractor. So he thought it must be one way of tractor. It must be one kind of tractor. So he got into that vehicle and did something this way, that way. Somehow he started it. He started using that as a tractor. So morning till evening he started using that as a tractor. When the people saw it can go even without bullock, they were wondering, they were surprised. How can it go without even bullock? It goes simply and comes back. There is no need for any bullock. So they decided it's a bullock cart without bullock. It can simply go and come by itself. So they were enjoying the vehicle as a bullock cart for 6 more months. After 6 months, one retired pilot, for some reason, for some research, somehow he came to that village. He saw the whole thing, what is happened. He started laughing. Then he explained to the villagers, see, it is neither a bullock cart nor a tractor, it's an aircraft. It can be used to fly. First, the villagers were not ready to agree it. What are you talking? How can it fly? It is such big mechanism, so heavy. Our body is much lighter than the mechanism. Even our body cannot fly. We cannot fly. It is more heavier than our body. How can it fly? They asked all logical questions. But the pilot told, you see, I cannot answer your logical questions. There are a lot of things which logic cannot explain. But the one thing I can do, I can fly and show. He got into the aircraft. He just took that. 1 round he went. He came back. He landed. And then he showed. You see, this much only I can do. Now you understand that it can fly. It's an aircraft. Then the whole village surrendered and asked the pilot, yes, now we understand. It's an aircraft. You see, a very small story, if you understand deeply, you will be able to understand your whole life. The vehicle, the aircraft is what is the thing, our body. God has given this body to us. The tribal villages have used the same aircraft as a bullock cart. The next step, man used the same body, same vehicle as a tractor. Third level, pilot used the same thing as a aircraft. Same vehicle or the same instrument, One man is using it as a bullock cart, another person is using it as a tractor, the third person is using it as a aircraft. The same way, God has given a same system for all of us. The body is the system. This is the system given to us by God, given to us by the divine. The people who live with a normal life, very ordinary way of life, just taking birth, having their food, reproducing some more children and dying. Nothing more in their life. Just if you weigh their life, few Benz, few bungalows, little bit of money, that's all. Nothing more. They take birth, do something, and then they die. Somebody came and asked me, Swamiji, why in all the cemeteries it is written born on such and such a date, died in such and such a date? I told them, nothing worth mentioning has happened in between. Nothing worth mentioning happens in between. Only these two are worth mentioning. Born and died, over. You see, most 90% of our lives, 90% of the people live only in this way. Born and died. Nothing worth mentioning happens in our life. So it's just a dull, dead, dragging life. When you live the life of only eating and reproducing and dying, if you have not done anything else except this, you have lived your life as a bullock cart. As the tribals have used, we have lived our life only as a bullock cart. We take birth in Muladhara. Muladhara means the lowest chakra. That is the sex center. We die in Swadhisthana, the next center. Next center is death. First center is birth. Birth and death, over. Nothing more. Nothing else. Born and died. Nothing worth mentioning has happened. Even though if you have place, nothing worth mentioning has happened. That is the one kind of life in which 90% of us will live. 90% of us live only a dull, dead, dragging life. So there are next level people, like a young boy who used that as a tractor. There are next level of people who enter into the field of art, culture, dance, poetry. When you enter into the layer of the art, when you enter into the level of heart, when you add some juicy things in your life, by dancing, by singing, by painting, by this type of artistic things, you use your system as a tractor. You expose yourself to the second layer. You come to the second level of understanding. You understand money is not the only thing to be achieved in the life. Money is necessity. It is a basic thing, okay, but it is only basic thing. Basic things are only basic things. It is not ultimate. There is a next step to be more joyful, to be more, to make the life more juicy. The artistic things. When you add art in your life, you use your system as a tractor. The third level, when you add spirituality, when you add meditation, when you add the joy, the spiritual bliss in your life, you use your system as an aircraft. The same system, the same body, the same vehicle, tribals are using as a bullock cart, the young man is using as a tractor, pilot is using it as a aircraft. The same way, God has given the same system for all of us. If you just live in a normal life, an ordinary life, taking birth, eating, drinking, giving birth to children, little bit of money, I want an easy chair, then finished. Nothing else. If you live that normal life, we are also using our life as a bullock cart. If you go to the next level, the dance, culture, art, poetry, not for the sake of name and fame, just for enjoying the art, you use your system in a second dimension. You understand your second dimension. You go to the next level of being. That is artists, where the artists reach. Rabindranath Tagore, the great poet like Rabindranath Tagore, the great Sthapatis, great people, great painters, all these people touch the second layer. They use their system as a tractor. People who have become enlightened, who have become God, who have become one with the God, who have had a spiritual joy in their life, spiritual bliss in their life. Buddha, Jesus, Muhammad, Ramakrishna, Raman Maharshi, these great masters, Ramanuja, all these great spiritual people, they are using the same system as a aircraft. They are the pilots. They are the people who show life to us, how beautifully life can be lived, what best you can have from the system, how maximum can be extracted out of this system, how optimum the system can be put to use is expressed, explained by the great masters like Jesus, Buddha, Saint Francis of Assisi, Saint Thomas. All these great masters have lived their life as an aircraft. What is the difference between the tribal villages and the pilot? Tell me. What is the difference? Only one difference. Villages don't know how to operate the mechanisms and gears. The pilot knows how to operate the mechanisms. That's all. Villages, they don't know how to operate the mechanisms, so they are using that as a bullock cart. Pilot, he knows how to operate the mechanism. He is using the same thing as a aircraft. Please turn. Where the spinal cord ends, it can be. Where the spinal cord ends, the end of the spinal cord, the Muladhara chakra, the first center, just 2 inches above, we are going to do the meditation. So for that you need to understand where the chakras are situated. Just 2 inches above Swadhisthana. Then navel, where the navel center is there, on that the third chakra, Manipura it is called. Then just near the chest, the center of the chest, we have, yes, thank you, no, this is enough. We have the Anahata, the fourth center. It is called heart center, Anahata, the fourth center. In near the throat, this area, we have fifth center, Vishuddhi. This is called. Near the eyebrows, you have the sixth center. It is called Amnya. On the top of the crown, on the top of the head, there is a chakra which is called Sahasrara. These are the 7 major centers, 7 major mechanisms which exist in your being, in your body. If you know how to breathe life into them, in an ordinary way, normal way, they are completely closed. They don't work completely. Only very minimum portion of their the chakras are active, are there. The energy which is supplied to the chakras are not enough. Very little portion of your energy is supplied to the chakras. If you know how to breathe life into them, if you know how to activate them, if you know how to concentrate on them, if you know how to energize them, you will see the same body with the same mind, with the same spirit. You will be able to live more joyful, more ecstatic, more collective life. The below chakra, lowest chakra, Muladhara, this chakra is managing all the sexual activities of your mind. The imagination, too much of imagination locks this chakra. And if you know how to live the life with little bit of less imaginations, as I told you yesterday, if the dreams can be little reduced, this chakra opens. The next level, Swadhisthana, the chakra which is below your navel, above the Muladhara, below the navel. If this chakra is getting locked by the unnecessary fear. You see, a small example can tell you about this chakra. If you just climb that 10-story building, and if you stand near a parapet wall and just peep in, peep out, you know that the building is safe, and the man who built the building, he only built the parapet wall. Even then, if you just put your head outside the window, you will have a slight feeling, just from the deep stomach, a feeling of fear that you may fall. The feeling which comes from the deep stomach, it comes from only Swadhisthana. And you are driving in a highway, the full speed, if some vehicle, without any traffic, without any rules, if it comes just near your vehicle, as if about to hit your vehicle, you will feel something is suddenly come up from your deep stomach. Any of you have felt a sudden fear? If you are in danger, you will feel that something suddenly happening in your deep stomach. That happens only from Swadhisthana. The fear, the unnecessary fear, and the deep feeling of insecurity locks the Swadhisthana chakra. If you understand the inevitability of life and inevitability of death, death is the only thing which can never die. Anything else can die. Death is the only thing which never dies. Uncertainty is the only certainty in the life. Insecurity is the only security in the life. If you understand the life uncertainty and relax with the fear of death, this chakra opens. The third thing, Manipuraga is something to do with Ori. That is the navel center is something to do with Ori. That is the reason in all the language we have an expression. If you receive any news which you cannot tolerate, if a shocking news comes to you, immediately we say, I cannot digest it. I cannot stomach it. Not only in English, all the language this expression exists. Because Ori and Manipuraga is very closely related. Any news which makes you worry, you immediately say, I cannot digest it. And any news, if you hear any shocking news which shakes you, the first will be, stomach will be upset. The first thing in your system will be, stomach will be disturbed. Any disturbing news, any disturbing thing, have you observed? Anybody who had this experience? Any shocking news if you receive, the first reaction in your system will be, stomach will be disturbed. Stomach will get upset, either diarrhea or indigestion. The stomach is the first portion, first part of your body, which will be disturbed if you listen any news, any the incident which gives you worry. So the Manipuraga is disturbed by unnecessary worries and the unnecessary depression. If you suppress any of your emotions, Manipuraga is the first chakra which will get disturbed. And the Anahata is the chakra which continuously asks for the attention from others. Our life, throughout our life, we will be doing so many things just to get the attention of the others. Just to ask, just to get the certificate from others that you are a good person, you are a good wife, you are a good husband, you are a good children, you are a good son, you are a good daughter. To get that certificate, we put our whole life just for the certificates of others. When you just run behind the certificate of others, the Anahata is locked. So the Vishuddhi, when you compare and feel jealous with others, when you compare your life with others and feel jealousy about it, the Vishuddhi gets locked. If you take things too seriously and if you behave too egoistically, the prejudiced life, if your life is filled with prejudices, instead of living with reality, if you have too much of past on your head, the Anya is locked. Too much of past and too much of ego. Of course, past is ego. If you have too much of past, you behave with too much of egoistic way. That is the reason elderly people, if you just go near them, they will start, oh, in my good old days. Anything, the conversation will start, in my good old days. You can, with any elderly person you can see. If they live with a simple little bit of understanding, they won't start. Otherwise, In my good old days, things used to be like that. So the past is heavy on our life. If you have too much of past carrying in your life, it is not that just because you are 90, you need to carry the past. There is no need. There are many people who are 90, but mentally they are 19. Just because you have lived 90 years, there is no need you should carry the past. Just because you are elderly man, there is no need that you should be egoistic. But generally, we carry the past heavy on our mind. So wherever, even if it is unasked, we just go and give advice. See, the advice is so free of, it is free of cost. So what to do? Even if you are, if nobody wants, even if somebody doesn't listen, we just go and catch them and start giving the advice. So just catching the people and giving the advice, just having the past on your head locks the Anya Chakra and continuously living a discontented life. Whatever life has given, we take the things for granted and we don't feel grateful for the life. That motion, that taking the things for granted locks the Sahasrara Chakra. This is the gist of the 7 chakras. If you understand, God has given so much, divine energy has given so much. If you feel grateful, the Sahasrara opens. You see, we pray to God, oh God, give me the ring, give me the diamond ring, I should wear a diamond ring. But we never feel grateful that you have given a finger. You see the truth. We pray to God, we pray to Balaji, oh Balaji, give me so much of money so that I will wear diamond ring. But we never feel grateful, oh God, you have given me the finger. That is the way of our life. Whatever God has given, whatever the divine has given, whatever the life has given, we think everything is our birthright. Till we get only, our mind keeps quiet. As soon as we get, what we decide? Oh, it is my birthright. Everything is mine. Then what we go for? Next. What next? What next? What next? Taking things for granted locks this chakra. If you understand how much the existence has showered on you, how much the God has showered on you, how much the divinity has given you, the Sahasrara opens. You see, if all of you are, if a God appears suddenly in front of you and says, whatever you want, please make a list and give me. Will the list end any day? The list will never end. And if the God appears in front of you and asks, whatever I have given, please give the list, we will never make the list. You see, if the God has given you enough things and God has not given you enough things, there are so many things which is not given by God and there are so many things which is given by God. This side also big list and this side also big list. But we never look at this list. We never look at the list which God has given. We all our eyes throughout our life, our whole concentration is what God has not given. That is the reason from early morning till midnight we continuously blame God. Oh, He has not given me this, He has not given me that. And finally we go to bargain also. Oh God, give me 1 lakh in the lottery. I will give you 10,000 in the hundi. If you don't believe me, deduct the 10,000 by yourself and give only 90,000 in the lottery. So these are our prayers. Small story can explain how we bargain with God. Once a doctor, engineer, and lawyer, all these 3 people, this is a story I always use. All these 3, they got together and they wanted to start a business. So when you start a business, you always naturally feel insecure. How to start, how to go about, whether I will be successful. So when you are feeling insecure, only then you call God. Otherwise we don't call God. We want God only when we feel insecure. So the insecurity, naturally they pray to God. You see, whatever profit comes, we will make it as a 4 shares. Each one for 3 of us. And the 4th share goes to God. 4th share will be put into hundi, temple hundi. So they decided that they will do this. Somehow the business has become so successful, more than $1 crore has come as a God's share. You see, if it is a $500 or $600 or $1,000 also, we wouldn't mind putting in only. If it is a 10,000 also we would have put. But the 1 crore, we always feel, why God needs 1 crore? After all, he has no issues. You see, we have issues, we have to educate our son, daughter. We need so many things, so we need money. Why God needs $1 crore? So doctors gave suggestion. First person, he gave suggestion. We will convert everything into gold and we will make a small round in the floor. We will throw all the gold upside. Whatever falls inside the hole, we will give it to the God. Whatever falls outside, we will take that as a prasad, God's prasadam. Next man told, no, we will make a little big hole. Whatever falls inside, we will take it. Whatever falls outside, we will give it to God. You see, the third man is a wise man. He told, you see, we will throw everything up. After all, God is there. Let him take whatever he wants. Whatever falls down, we will have it. You see, after all, why should we give what has fallen on the ground? This is the way our logic works. See, till we get the things done from God, we oblige. When the things are done, we have our own logic to fulfill. Almost all our prayers are like this only. When the things have happened, you see, when the prophet has come, when things are in the hand, we don't bother about God. Once people are going in a ship, suddenly a cyclone attacked the ship. Ship was about to collapse. One man started praying, oh God, if you save me, I will stop smoking. Then also ship has not stopped, it is again shaking. And then he started, oh God, if you save me, I will stop drinking. Then also the ship has not stopped, it is again in the danger. He shouted, oh God, if you save me, I will stop womanizing. The next man, he told, hey, don't go to that much. I think one ship is coming, we will be saved. This one boat is coming, we will be saved. Don't go to that much. You see, whenever we feel that we are insecure, we want God. Otherwise, let him be in the heaven. We don't mind, we don't bother much. That is the way of our life. Whenever we feel the necessity, the utility, God is nothing but an utility for us. We take the things for granted. Whatever he has given, we take the things for granted. We never feel grateful. How intensely you pray, you don't feel gratitude so intensely. Sometimes, very rarely, when you get something suddenly, you say, all right, oh God, thank you, bye. But never with the intensity of your prayer. We pray so intensely. Oh God, give me this, give me that, from morning till night, only application writing. But when he has given something, we don't feel such a gratitude, we don't feel the gratefulness towards the existence. This is the energy which locks the Sahasrara. God has given so much, he has showered so much on our life. When you take the life for granted, Sahasrara is locked. When you feel gratitude towards the life, when you feel your thankful attitude towards the energy, towards the existence, gratitude is the greatest attitude. Gratitude is the greatest attitude which you can have towards the life. Then Sahasrara opens, when the Sahasrara flowers. So, these are the emotions which locks our major chakras. So if you can just understand, understanding itself solves half of the problem. See, you don't say, many people come and tell me, Swamiji, I understand, whatever you say sounds so right, but in practice we are not able to do what to do. This is the problem, most of us face this problem. Do you say, I understand if I put my fingers in the fire, I will get burnt. But every day I want to put my fingers in the fire. Do you say that? No. When you understand, if you put your fingers in the fire, you will be burnt. Clearly, thoroughly, you never go and put. If you don't understand, then only you go and try. Same way, if you understand these are the emotions which blocks your chakras, these are the ways which disturbs your chakras, you can really drop it, you can understand. But our understanding is not so deep. Once when you put your hands in the cigarette and you get burnt, you think, I think only cigarette fire burns, not the lamp fire. Let me put my finger once more in the lamp fire. You put your hand in the lamp fire and again you get burnt. Oh, lamp fire also burns. Let me put my hand in chimney fire and see whether that burns or not. So every day you try with new fires. When you understand all the fire burns, the time has come for you to go to the fire ground, the burial ground. The time will come. You need to go to the burial ground. You need to go to the cremation ground. So if you go testing every fire, naturally you will end up in the cremation ground. Nothing else. You will never understand. But understand, only once when you touch some one fire, not only this fire, all fire will burn. All fire will hurt. When you understand that, your life, you can come out of the sufferings. Your life will become a joyful flowering. Same way, understand not only this one problem, anything, not only one incident, anything related to that emotion. When I say that worry disturbs your Manipura chakra, unnecessary worry and too much of overbrooding disturbs your Manipura chakra. Not only it is related to one incident, it is related to all the incidents of your life. Anything, any incident, don't brood over too much. Don't worry too much. Just some 4 months ago, one middle-aged lady, around 40 years she came to our ashram. As soon as she entered my cabin, she started crying. This happened really. She started weeping and wailing. I told her, why are you crying, ma? Can you just tell me the reason? Let me see what can be done. She started telling, oh, my son is not listening my words. He is disobedient. If the same thing happens, I don't know, he may marry on his own. He may not marry the girl whom I wanted. In India, the son is a very good, you can earn a lot through a son. If you have one son, that is enough. You can earn enough money to run your life. If you sell that one son in the market, you will get enough money to run your whole life. So if he marries on his if he gets married, if he decides his own life, his own partner, what will happen to me? I don't know what will happen. So she started crying. I told her, you see, don't bother. Bring your son once. Let me talk to him. Let me try to help him. She suddenly told, no, Swamiji, I don't have to bring. I have already brought. She just let a 4-year-old boy. The son is only 4-year-old boy. She is so much worried. She is weeping and wailing. She is telling me he may marry on his own. I don't know what will happen in future. She is complaining so much. But when I asked about her son, she just let a small kid. He is only 4-year-old. You see, we are such a great masters of worrying. Even if you don't find any reason, of course, we find some reason to worry. If you don't find any reason today, oh, today everything is going well. I think tomorrow something big bad is going to happen. And that is what we think, something very bad thing is going to happen. That is the reason today things are going smooth. If everything goes well, if you can't find any reason, you just start thinking, tomorrow there may be something very bad. I don't know what will happen. We start worrying about the next thing. You see, in the initial times, you need some reason for worrying. After some time, that becomes such a beautiful habit for you, you don't need outside reason. Even if you make some reason, even if you don't get any outside reason, you just make your own inside reason. Oh, things are going so smooth today. I think tomorrow something big bad is going to happen. Something very bad is going to happen. Some reason we find. When I say that worry disturbs the Manipuraga, the unnecessary worry disturbs the Manipuraga. Not only in one incident, throughout your life, just look, just scan your life. See where all you unnecessarily worry, where all you invested too much of your worries, and remove that. Remove the energy, remove that zone. When you stop worrying, not only you stop worrying, your energy.
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160 plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors.
As the ultimate manifestation of Paramashiva's Jvarabhagna Murthy, Kalasamhara Murthy, and Devi Annapurnishwari, and beyond, I bless you all with Paramadvaita. Paramashivasya Jvarabhagna Murthy, Kalasamhara Murtayoho, Devi Annapurnishwari, Swarupasya cha parattvena cha paramavatare aham yushman sarvan paramadvaitena asirvadami. Om. 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 Oh, listen. Paramashiva's direct message from Mahakailasa. Navatattva. See, the tattva should be understood. Navatattva. The word tattva should be understood. Paramashiva says clearly, Proktani navatatvani kalani cha navashrunu. Tattva means which is you. Tvam means you. Tattvam means your tatata, your existence, your nature. That is why the Upanishad says beautifully, Tattvamasi Svedaketo, Tattvamasi, which is your very existence. Tat means existence. Tvam means you. Tattvam means your existence. Listen. Yesterday I made a statement. Give me your attention for next 1 hour, I will give you God. I want to correct it. I'll correct that statement. Give me 1 hour of your attention, I will reveal the God in you.
I am nobody to give you God. He is inside you. He is your nature. He is Tat. You just give me 1 hour attention. Now it is, as per Eastern Standard Time, 8:51. Surely I'll conclude the satsang by 9:51 or 10 o'clock maximum. This next 1 hour, give me your attention. I'll give you Tattvam, your nature. Your nature. Listen. Paramashiva, when he reveals this sutra, this great revelation, I'll read out once more because many of you would have joined today, may not have attended the earlier last few days satsang. So I'll read out the original verse from his own words as he revealed in Makutagama Diksha Vidipatala Proktani Navatatvani Kalani cha Navashrunu Vidata Srishti Kaletu Stiti Kaletu Keshavaha Samhara Kale Rudrastu Boha Kale Maheshwaraha Yoga Kaledu Sadakyo Jnana Kaledu Bindukaha Dvani Kaletu Natatma Cha Anya Kaletu Shaktayaha Shiva Kale Viseshantu Cha Ishanopi Tatakramat Shivamurti Shaktimurtir Nadatma Bindumurtikaha Sadashiva Maheshana Rudra Keshava Vedasam. I just want to tell you, when I taste this sutra again and again, so many amazing teacher quality of Paramashiva I am enjoying. I just want to tell you, see, Paramashiva uses the word Maheshwara and Ishana. But actually Maheshwara and Ishana are one and the same. He does not want student to have a doubt. He is revealing to Parashakti. But even to her, surely he knows Parashakti will not have a doubt, but after Parashakti listens, this will be transmitted to many generations and we will all be listening. So we should not have a doubt. So when he consolidates end of the sutra, he uses a new word called Maheshana to mention Maheshwara and Ishana is one and the same. So don't have a doubt. Just in 3 sutras, which can be written in a postcard. In those days that India used to have a postcard, which can be written inside that postcard. Nothing more is needed. Actually, you can write the original verse, even translation, inside a postcard. In this one verse, how he reveals and so much of clarity, he does not want us to have a doubt whether Maheshwara and Ishana are 2 different persons. Then it becomes Dasatattva, 10, not Nava. So he is so clear. Finally, he consolidates and gives a new word, Maheshana. Means Maheshwara and Ishana is one and the same.
So he gives the word Maheshana. Now listen. Somebody asked in the message, in the social media, that they want a table column. I'll project the table column. You can see it. You can also use it for Vakyartha Sadas. And you can enjoy it. I'll explain every step by step. Even this Vakyartha Sadas, I am asking you to do, to internalize it more. See, in those days, the man was filled with so much of silence because, one, all these great revelations are given to you in forest. In forest, it is too easy to experience Nadatma. If you are serious about enlightenment, at least one Chaturmasya to Chaturmasya, means 12 months. One Guru Purnima to the next Guru Purnima. 12 months you should spend in forest, where other than the natural sounds, no artificial sounds exist. If you are in that forest, the quality of your inner space, the percentage of Nadatma, Anagata Dwani in you, shoots up. Then just internalizing, receiving the sutras, you will become enlightened. Now you are in city, concrete forest. If I ask you to drop the city, you may choose something else, but not dropping the city. So, living in city, to have the same depth realization, Vakyartha Sadas is the best alternative. Choose Vana or Vakyartha Sadas. If you are not able to be in Vana for 1 year, then choose Vakyartha Sadas. That will help you to internalize, because you have become so talkative inside. See, Vana will teach you one great truth. You don't need to generate words when you are not talking. But now, you generate so much of words even while you are not talking. It's very difficult for you to internalize. So naturally, you need Vakyartha Sadas. To grasp this Navatattva deeply. So, before I start the satsang, again, please pick up your cup of coffee or tea, hot chocolate, your Atmalinga. Actually, Atmalinga is an amazing storage mechanism. Listen, layers and layers and layers of truths I am revealing. Some of them are intensely packed in Nadatma, in sound. So even if you miss them, because you are having inner chatter, night before falling asleep, tell the Atmalinga, please. You documented everything Bhagavan revealed. So now I am keeping you under my pillow. Please download the whole thing into my system. He will do it. Don't think I am teaching you some child play. No. Don't think I am telling you some comic story. No. Later on, at some point, science will prove Spatika is the powerful way to store largest data just through frequency. Spatika is equivalent to trillions of chips. How you store data in the chip, pen drive, all that. Spatika is trillion times more useful to store cosmic archive data, the data which can be transmitted through the high frequency of Nada and Bindu. Spatika is the most powerful way to store it. So it will be good if you can keep the Spatika in your hand near the Anandagandha. That's great. If not, if you feel that your hand is paining, you are not able to hold long, then keep in your hand and you can rest the hand, no problem. But if you keep the Atmalinga in your hand, in your palms, when I am revealing these tattvas, and when it is going inside you, he will stand tall and tell you, it is happening, hey, it is happening, it is happening. That conscious access to the superconscious happening is happening right now. He will give you so much of energy, excitement, enthusiasm. So keep the Atmalinga on your palms and sit either near Anandagandha or resting on the knees, or you can even rest on the table, no problem. But let Atmalinga be in your palms. In Tiruvannamalai there is a temple, Adi Kamakshi. When Kamakshi came to Tiruvannamalai, as per Paramashiva's instruction, to do tapas, to have oneness with Paramashiva. See, in Kanchipuram she got married, but she wanted to become Ardhanarishwara, become one with Paramashiva. So for that, Paramashiva said, you come to Tiruvannamalai and continue your tapas. He gave some higher level tapas and then guided her to be with Gautama Rishi, and guided Gautama Rishi to guide her and support her and in her tapas. When she came from Kanchipuram and started her tapas in Tiruvannamalai, that temple is called Adi Kamakshi temple. Still it is there. In the temple, Devi is doing tapas. In her hand, Atmalinga is there. Just few days before they had a Kumbhabhishekam, I'll get you the deity's photo. Before Kumbhabhishekam, they published that original deity's photo as it is. I'll ask them to project it. She has Atmalinga in her hand. So listen, you can keep your hand in resting position or near Anandagandha, but keep Atmalinga. And now listen. Srishti Kale, during the moments of creation, Brahma manifests in you. You can list 10 Srishti Kala. in your life, what all the srishti, manifestation you do in your life. It can be as simple as cooking, any type of manifestation, or as great as carrying a baby and making baby's body inside your womb. Any level of creation you are doing. List 10. And decide to have a conscious access. How I am manifesting this creation. Then sustenance. Yesterday I said, if you are in a female body, it's very easy to study, especially if you are pregnant. It is so easy. You can have a beautiful conscious access to how you are creating a body. Same way, for sustenance, there are few people who can make their whole life as a meditation process. If you are in a business, how you sustain your business from so many attacks. If you are having a career, working, doing a job, how you are sustaining your career among so many issues, especially if you are a doctor. When you are doing any surgery, attending to a patient, you are sustaining him. Whenever you do surgery, decide what kind to focus, what energy is manifesting from me, guiding me so properly to handle and make decisions related to the patient's life and heart. What makes me make the decision to protect, to sustain the patient? See, when you are an integrated ethical person in medical field, it is too easy to have access to it because, see, your intention is purely protecting, sustaining the patient. When that intention is pure, it is so easy to have a conscious access to the Vishnu dimension of you. If you are in business, career, doctor, even your simple sleep, when you decide to fall asleep in the night, listen, even though I go to the altered state of consciousness, lower than Jakrat, how do I sustain my life? How am I sustaining? Have access. You don't need a separate meditation time. Listen. I wanted to tell all my disciples, actually you don't need a separate meditation time. Even the daily puja you are supposed to do, you can make it, you can actually merge it with the satsang. Anyhow, every day you are going to come and sit in the darshan. And every day we are doing the Panchavachara puja in all our temples. So keep your puja set ready. During darshan,
They do Panchopachara puja in the temple. That time itself finish the puja, that's all. You don't need to do separate ritual. You only need to do conscious snacking. I'm introducing new word. Conscious coffee, conscious snacking. It means once in a while, in your busy routine, take few minutes of time before going to sleep. Anyhow, every day you have to sleep. Before going to sleep, tell yourself, before going to sleep, tell yourself, how do I sustain me during my sleep? Let me try to have access to it. Just have this conscious snack. How you snack for the body, same way, give a conscious snack and fall asleep. In the deep sleep, you will have revelations. Just now I got a reference. Spatika, quartz, can store 360 terabyte of data forever. I got an article written in ZME Science, July 29, 2023. I'll ask them to project. What I said, actually I told from Shastra Pramana. I did not know there is a scientific backing, support, but now my team got the reference. They say it is true. The Spatika quartz can store large data. Please, I'll ask them to project the article. You can read by yourself. See, when I am giving these satsangs, I wanted to convey 10,000 things, but I have to convey within 1 hour. How? How to convey then? I layer it. As an intense vibration, I release it to you all. With a quote of words. Words are just a quote. Kind of a sugar coating. I should say word coating. Word coating, the Nadatma, the soundless sound of the cosmos, the Nadatma is word quoted and released it towards you. So, Spatikalinga is best to capture it all and store it all. And then keep it under the pillow when you fall asleep and request him, please download everything into my system and make it as experience. I tell you, Spatikalinga is a living consciousness. And you don't need to worry about keeping it under the pillow. You may think, oh, how can I keep it under the pillow? It's okay. I am giving the instruction, so don't worry. It's nothing wrong. Don't keep below your lower body. You can keep under the pillow, nothing wrong. Keep under the pillow and request, these are the truths I want it to be downloaded in me. Please do it and fall asleep. He does the job. He does the job. I commit with you.
list 10 sustenance things you do. Same way, samhara kala. Next is samhara kala. 10 distractions you do. You do lot. You do lot every day. Sabotage your life and so many things which you built, you destroy it by 1 minute of anger, violence. You destroy a lot. Try to have the conscious access to why you are destroying, what for you are destroying, what's the reason for so much destructive energy oozing out of you, just gushing out of you. Even that will have some reason. You may want certain freedom and space for yourself, and you may be using anger for that. All of you can read this article when you find time. The quartz disk can store 360 terabyte of data forever. I think our Atmalinga is too big and it can store I don't know how many terabyte. Infinite, because Atmalinga is also given consciousness, energy, prana pratishta. So it can store any amount, infinity, forever. Any of you are interested in receiving Atmalinga, you can message kailasa.org. It is free of cost. You can collect it from any one of our temples, our Kailasas. You can have initiation in the Paramashivoham program and go and collect it in any of our Kailasa. Now listen. List 10 things destruction you do. Try to have conscious access to that destructive patterns. Why you are destroying. You will have access to Rudra energy. You will become conscious of Rudra energy in you, and you will use it exactly when you need, and you won't use it when you don't need. Your destruction can become powerful, creative tool in your hands. The next, Boha Kala. 9 Kala I am projecting. You can download or take a screenshot, or I'll also tell them to upload for you to remember. Boha Kala means anything you enjoy. It is not just 5 senses like a taste, touch, or listening. Not just these 5 senses, seeing. All boha, whether food or sex or music or visuals or smell, any boha is boha kala. Even mental imaginary visualizations and enjoying, like pornography or anything, mentally enjoying, even your emotional enjoyments. Many times you enjoy, cherish navarasa, emotions. Just like you are addicted to spice, your emotions are addicted to navarasa. So all of that is Boha. See, during Boga Kala, you manifest as Maheshwara, Maheshana. Be very clear. Boga is not right or wrong. I am not saying Boga is right or wrong. I am not trying to teach you some moral, social principles. No. I am trying to give you God, enlightenment, Paramashiva. See, during Boga Kala, how Maheshwara is manifesting in you. Try to have a conscious access what all happens in you during Boha Kala. It will actually keep you in your whole life eternally in Boha without any end. Akhanda Boga Swarupa. You will become Akhanda Boga Swarupa. Unbroken Boga. When you have a conscious access to Maheshwara. And I want all of you to know, all these are simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically happening in you right now and forever. Next is Yoga Kale. In Yoga Kala, when you are seeking union with the ultimate, when you are focusing to have union with the ultimate, that Yoga Kala, you manifest as Sadashiva. Sadashiva. Whether you are doing physical yoga or pranayama or even sitting and trying to unclutch, focus your whole consciousness to have union with Paramashiva, ultimate. You are manifesting Sadashiva. Jnana Kale Bindukaha. Jnana Kala means consciously you are sitting in oneness. Listen. Even while you are seeking union with the ultimate is inside you. Because Jnana Kala is happening in you, Yoga Kala is happening. If you do not know the Jnana Kala, if the Jnana Kala is not inside you, you will not search for it. You will not even perceive it. You will not even go towards it. You will not even move towards it. You will not even focus on it. Your very decision conscious will to have union with Paramashiva shows Paramashiva is in you. The oneness is part of you. Bindu means consciously there. Next is Dvanikala. Sorry, yesterday when I went to the Dvanikala, when I was explaining the Dvanikala only like a how you guys all go through the panic attack. Sometimes I go through that Samadhi attack. It just overwhelms me. I should not say attack. It just overwhelms me. And I got into that Dvanikala. And because I got into that Dvanikala, I could not continue the satsang further and I just blessed it. But the few minutes I sat in Dvanikala, I just released that intense energy to all of you. So let it get into all your systems. Dvanikala means in all of you, there is a level of the pure sound of cosmos. See, just like your body, there is certain percentage of water component. Same way, your being, there is certain percentage of the cosmic sound, Nada Atma, the Anagata Dvani, Dvani, Mahapranava. Mahapranava is the Dvani which is there when the whole Brahmanda has merged back into Paramashiva. During the Mahapralaya time, when Paramashiva is there as Suddha Shiva, that Dvani which exists as He, that Dvani is inside you right now. See, if you even talk about pickles, how the saliva flows in your tongue, especially you are from Andhra and Gongura chutney, the very word Gongura chutney is enough. For others, Gongura chutney is a word. For Andhra people, Gongura chutney is an emotion. Same way, when I utter this word Dvanikala, it is not a word for me, it is an emotion. It's an experience beyond emotion. How you feel the saliva in your tongue, I feel Amrita in my head when I utter Dvanikala. Because in Pralaya, the Mahapralaya, the whole universe merges back into Suddha Shivam. Suddha Shivam is filled, soaked in Amrita, nectar. Because from nectar only the creation can start again. So when I describe the Dvanikala, the gush of Amrita happens in my brain. Yesterday, suddenly Samadhi took over me. That's why I could not continue the satsang. Now understand Dvanikala. The definition of Dvanikala is Mahapralaya. See, there are levels of Pralaya. After every yuga, when the Dwapara Yuga ends and Treta Yuga starts, when Treta Yuga ends, Kali Yuga starts, there will be one Pralaya. That is called Yuga Pralaya. Then, when one cycle of all four Yuga is done, like a Satya and Dwapara, Treta, Kali, when all the four Yugas end, and there will be one more Pralaya. That is called Chaturyuga Pralaya. Then, this Chaturyuga happens multiple times for a one full life of Brahma. When the Brahma's life ends, Pralaya happens, is Brahma Yuga Pralaya. Like this, there are multiple level Pralayas. Mahapralaya is ultimate dissolution. Everything merges back into Suddha Shivam, Paramashivoham. He stands there as he is. There's a beautiful, sweet story in Manikavasagar life. Manikavasagar, all of you maybe might have heard about his name, who revealed Tiruvasagam, the great flowing devotional verses. It's like a Shiva in poetry is Tiruvasagam. All this which I am talking now, he has just flowered as a poetry, Tiruvasagam. If you know Tamil, you should not miss reading Tiruvasagam. If you don't know Tamil, at least try to read translation of Tiruvasagam. So, one day, Paramashiva himself comes and asks Manikavasagar to recite the whole thing and pens down in the palm leaf, finally signs it. Manikavasagan solla Ambalavanan எழுதியது. Listen, he did not say Manikavasagar composed the Shiva, typed it or transcribed it. No, he uses the word Manikavasagan solla Ambalavanan எழுதியது. It means Manikavasagar only recited, Ambalavanar authored. He signs and leaves at the Panchakshara Padi, means in Kanagasabha, in Chidambaram, Ponnambalam. Devotees then ask, oh Mahadeva, to write this, you could have sent Nandi, you could have sent any one of the devotees. Why you need to come down and pen it down? What's the need for you to come and do this directly? Then Paramashiva responds as Asariri, hey, only I know, during the Mahapralaya, I am all alone, so I need some entertainment. I keep one copy of Tiruvasagam with me for me to read and entertain. Of course, it's a very sweet way of putting it. Surely, he does not need any entertainment, but he says, if I need an entertainment, I use Tiruvasagam as the entertainment, so I wrote it by myself, so I'll have one copy with me for me to enjoy. The Mahapralaya. During the Mahapralaya, the sound of Suddha Shivam is Nadatma Dvanikale. Next is Anya Kale, the pure will. During the pure will, Paramashiva manifests as Shakti. Paramashiva Shakti. Manonmani. We can use any words, Para, Shakti, many words. Each word has its own definition, but ultimately Shakti. And Shivakale. Shivakala means the space, time where he feels everything is he. How you feel various parts of you as you together, like your will, your body parts, mind parts, everything. Even though they are all functioning in a different way, sometimes even opposite way. But putting the whole thing together, you always feel it is you. That Sutta Shiva's existence as me. The pure me is Shiva Kala. Upanishad says beautifully, let me become many to celebrate me. That's the way Paramashiva manifests his Ishana component, grace, Anugraha component. Then from that he manifests Shakti, pure will, Anya. From pure will, Nadatma. From Nadatma, Bindu. From Bindu, Sadashiva. From Sadashiva, Maheshwara. From Maheshwara, Rudra. From Rudra, Keshava. From Keshava, Brahma, Vedasa. Same way, they go. Brahma merges into Vishnu, Vishnu merges into Rudra, Rudra merges into Maheshwara, Maheshwara merges into Sadashiva, Sadashiva merges into Bindu, Bindu merges into Nada, Nada merges into Shakti, Shakti merges into Shiva. And this is the most beautiful truth you need to know. Simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically, also they play the game. They exist. Shiva, Shakti, Nadatma, Bindu, Sadashiva, Maheshwara, Rudra, Keshava, Vedasa. All nine simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically happen, and during the Mahapralaya, Brahma merges into Vishnu, Vishnu merges into Rudra, Rudra merges into Maheshwara, Maheshwara merges into Sadashiva, Sadashiva merges into Bindu, Bindu merges into Nada, Nada merges into Shakti, Shakti merges into Shiva. Then during the Mahasrishti, creation, manifestation, Shiva manifests his Ishana, the grace, Anugraha. From there, he manifests Devi. I should say Shiva, due to his Anugraha, manifests Devi. From Devi, Shakti manifests Nadatma. From Nadatma manifests Bindu. From Bindu manifests Sadashiva. From Sadashiva manifests Maheshwara. From Maheshwara manifests Rudra. From Rudra manifests Keshava. From Keshava manifests Brahma. And it is also simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically, all the nine happening right now in your core, in you, in your being, in your life, what you know as you. I have few more things to reveal, but I feel for conscious snacking, this much is enough. I really want you to have this habit of conscious snacking. Like before falling asleep, have this like a snack. Morning, the moment you wake up from the bed, conscious coffee. Just sit casually for a few minutes. If you have the habit of sipping coffee, tea, anything is okay. While you are sipping coffee and tea, don't notify your stupid cell phone. Sit. Have conscious coffee. Now I am manifesting as Shiva, Suddha Shiva, Shakti, Nada, Bindu, Sadashiva, Maheshwara, Rudra, Keshava, Brahma. Wow. I am doing my Srishti. Have this conscious coffeeing habit and conscious snacking habit. This is enough to make you enlightened, to manifest Paramashiva, because it is Tattvam, your isness. Tat means isness. Tatata means the isness of the universe. Tattvam means your isness. Is means is, your isness. How you are is Tattvam. I have more to share. But if I share more, it will all go only inside Atmalinga. It will not go inside you now. Because for the level of the conscious snacking, a certain amount of material only you will be able to grasp. Now, I have got the photograph beautifully. My team has got it from somewhere. Adikamakshi deity. You can see close up in her hand, she has Atmalinga. Exactly as I say, she is holding near Anandagandha. Below the chest, above the navel. See, in her hand, she is having Atmalinga. Given by Paramashiva directly to her, she is carrying it. She is carrying with the pita, with the yoni pita also. In the hand. Exactly how I ask you to hold. She is holding. You can see. She is actually standing on fire and doing panchatapas. If you zoom into the pita, you will see that it's a fire. She is standing in the center of the fire and doing panchatapas. Panchagni tapas, and holding the Atmalinga in her hand. Okay. Now, if you go to Tiruvannamalai next time, don't miss this deity. Don't miss this temple. It's in Tiruvannamalai. Now listen. For now, do conscious snacking, conscious coffeeing with these revelations. And in further satsangs, I'll give you deeper experiences and deeper truths. Tattvam, your isness. With this, I bless you all.
Nithyananda. Thank you for watching, and if you found the video enlightening,
Please give it a like, share it with your loved ones, and subscribe to stay connected with us.
don't forget to click the bell icon to receive the notifications.
As the ultimate manifestation of Paramashiva's Linga Murti, Devi Mahalakshmi, and beyond, I bless you all with Paramadvaita. Paramashivasya Paramavatare Lingamurte Sri Mahalakshmi Swarupasya Parat Paratvena cha Aham Yushman Sarvan Paramadvaitena Asirvadami. Om. 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 Paramashiva's message directly from Mahakailasa. Nava Tattva Proktani Navatatvani Kalani cha Navashrunu Vidata Srishtikaletu Stitikaletu Keshavaha Samhara Kale Rudrastu Boha Kale Maheshwaraha Yoga Kaledu Sadakyo Jnana Kaledu Bindukaha Dvani Kaledu Nathatma Cha Anya Kaledu Shaktayaha Shiva Kaledu Visheshantu Cha Ishanopi Tatakramat Shivamurtihi Shaktimurtir Nadatma Bindumurtikaha Sadashiva Maheshana Rudra Keshava Vedasam. Listen. Last few satsangs I was explaining about Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Yoha, Jnanakala, even Bohakala, all this. Today I'll try to explain in depth Anya Kala. Listen. Anya Kala. Paramashiva says, Anya Kaledu Shaktayaha. During the Kala of the will, I manifest as Shakti. Understand this pure will. If you understand pure will, you can manifest anything you want. Pure will is the space from which everything manifests. If you are not finding solutions, the place you need to repair is your will, not anywhere else. Small story. A drunkard, as usual, fully drunk, came home late night to avoid war between him and his wife. It means what? Getting beaten. There is no such thing as war. It's just war is always between two forces. Here, he knows he is going to get beaten. So silently, he slips into the restroom. He sees on the way he had many injuries in the face. So he doesn't know what to do. He is not pained about the injury, but he is afraid that wife will find out he is drunk and got himself into accident or some mess, and he has injured himself. In that delusion, he did something, he searched here, something, there, something, pulled out some first aid, band-aid, medicines, tried to put band-aid, whatever he can. Finally, went and collapsed in the bed. Next day morning, before even he woke up, he saw wife standing with the broomstick. That's a traditional Hindu weapon used by Hindu wives to train the husband. She was standing with a broom, asking him. She's Dharma Patni, so she always does investigation before delivering the punishment. So she asked, "Did you come home drunk last night?" He said, "No, no, 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 no. See. I just got into some small accident, so I put up band-aid and medicines, but I was not drunk." She said, "Stupid. You put the band-aid on the mirror, bathroom mirror." All of you are continuously putting the band-aid on bathroom mirror. When you are not manifesting, you are trying to attend Maheshwara, saying, "Oh, too much of boha. That is why I am not manifesting my business properly. I should reduce boha. Only then I'll focus on my business." Oh, no. Too much of this yoga and spiritual seeking. Sadashiva is the problem. I should spend more time in my business. I'll resolve these issues. No. Too much of this. Destruction, Rudra is the problem. I should focus more on creation. No. Any problem, you need to focus on will. Last almost 40 years, I am working with the people. From the time I grew teeth, I started giving satsang. From the time I grew nails, I started giving initiation. Last 40 years, I am working with people. One of the biggest problem people are facing in this world is not having will, but trying to have everything else. Without having will, trying to have everything else. That is why people suffer in delusion. I tell you, if you don't have will, you will find problem for any solution. If you have a will, you will find solution for any problem. Whether the people who come for programs and try to learn from me and go and apply it in their life, or the devotees who continue to travel with me, or the disciples who continue to imbibe and evolve with me, or the Kailasavasis who are sitting in my campuses, for everyone I tell you, only if you fix the will, you will find solution from me. People who don't have will find problem for every solution I give. Every solution I give, actually, when they find problem for every solution I give, that is the way they satisfy their violence. I have seen tons and tons of people. They feel, how dare you try to give solution to me? I will come up with a problem to teach you a lesson. Whether the question is about handling themselves or handling others, every time I give solution, people with no will always find a problem for the solution I give. If you have a will, you will surely find a solution. You will go on with thinking what I am teaching. You will be cherishing what I am teaching. You will be applying what I am teaching. Understand? The biggest problems I face in making the people enlightened, not that I don't know the solution, but people try to come and tell me, Swamiji, you tell me, I will do exactly. I'll completely obey your words and surrender myself to you. I'll do exactly you want. The moment they tell this word, I know within 1 week they will come back. Neither they will do what I am saying, and they will come back with a problem for the solution I gave, with a mood of victory. It's not that they are going to come back with the idea, oh, they are not able to make it, please help me some more. No. with the smug on their face, deeply inside. How dare you try to give me solution? Because they want sympathy. They want me also feel their problem cannot be solved and they are right to be in delusion and suffering. And how dare I try to solve their problem? It is hurting their ego. See, if you are given sympathy, consolation, why do you think the systems which never solves your issue only gives attention, consolation, sympathy? Those systems are very successful. There are many of the systems mental health care systems. They do not give a solution because they know you are not seeking solution. You are seeking sympathy. You are seeking consolation. You are just seeking confirmation from some source that you are right, your fundamentals are right, and your suffering is inevitable. Your problem is really big only because it is you. You are even alive. Somebody else in your position would have long before perished, committed suicide, lost mind, lost everything. You just want consolation. When I try to solve your problem, you get so angry, violent, and you come because the moment they express the problem, I can see very clearly the problem is in only one spot, will. Not only they do not have will, they do not want to have will to fix it. Understand intensely. Every problem you have, list down. Whether it is a health issue or wealth issue, relationship issue, not having enough time, not having enough wealth, not having enough peace, whatever may be your problem, list it. Find the source. It will always be in will. Not that you don't know solution. There is no problem which you don't know solution. Especially after I released this Nithyananda AI. The real problem is your will. My whole struggle with my disciples last 40 years, I can consolidate in one word. Educating them to have will to solve their problems. Reminding them to have will to solve their problems. Every solution I give, so actively they will find problems. Actually, They come to me with a problem. I give them solution. They go back within sometimes even half an hour. For Adi Navasis, half an hour only. They will think, find a problem for that solution and come back. When I again give a solution, they will get so violent, boiling inside. How dare you give me solution? And they will again build a problem for the solution. Now every Adinavasi feels I am talking to you. Every Kailasavasi now I know, whoever is sitting and watching, they know I am talking to them. Because this is the source of the problem. I always tell you. If you analyze each of your problem, there will be 1,000 reasons. If you analyze all your problems, there will be only one reason. The only reason for all your problems is you do not have a will. So many times I have exposed my Adinavasis because they quote themselves with such a sweet words. I have surrendered to you, Swamiji. You just tell me, I will do exactly what you say. I know the pus, cancer, ego. They cover it so well with these words. I can see through. I'll give one solution. In 5 minutes, they will come back with the 10 problems, why that solution cannot be applied. Then I'll give a 20 solution. In 10 minutes, they will come back with 2,000 problems, why it cannot be applied. They are like a Rakta Bija. Their ego is exactly Rakta Bija Asura. One drop of blood will become one demon again. Any solution I give hurts their cancer, tumor. And every drop of pus comes out of it, becomes one more demon. One more problem. They get so angry because not only they don't have will, they don't want to have will. They only want me to accept their problem is real and support, do what they want. They are not coming for solution. When they bring a problem, fundamentally they are trying to manipulate me to do what they want through me. But when I give solution, they come back with 10 problems. Then I give 20 solution. They come back with 200 problems. Then I give 2,000 solution. They come back with 10,000 problems. Then I give 25,000 solution. They get so violent. Hey, how dare you are giving more and more and more solution? They come with their whole demon sena. By the time they gang up with other guys, other Adinavasis, who are also in that same vibe, he is impractical. Earlier, when I was working with Adinavasis directly, they built that thought current. Swamiji is impractical. He doesn't know anything of this world. Then, when the admin started working through them, admin is completely wrong. Suddenly, Swamiji is right, admin is wrong. When I was directly working with them, Swamiji is impractical. When nobody can reach me, Only through admin they are able to work. Oh, admin is wrong. Swamiji is always compassionate and he is right. He gives solution. Sometime when the admin gives solution, they attack the admin with more problems. If I stand and support the admin and try to solve the person's problems, admin is manipulating Swamiji. I can see very clearly till the end. When they do not want to solve the problem, they do not have the will to solve the problem. They do not want to apply thinking. They do not want to apply their Sadashiva, their Maheshwara, their Bindu, their Dvani, their all their energies, their manifestations. All their manifestations are focusing how to sustain a problem. They don't need solution, they need sympathy. And once they get sympathy, they will manipulate. Once they are able to manipulate, then I am not Guru, they are Guru, I am supposed to be doing what they say. This is the way demons start ruling. But with Paramashiva's grace, Paramashiva so beautifully is running the Kailasa. He beautifully kept me away, where the demons can't attack me, can't do anything. So all those fellows with the demonic energy, the demons who really thought they can manipulate me, bulldoze me, bully me, because I am always a Bole Baba, simple, sweet, compassionate, innocent. Their plan for manipulating and exploiting, blackmailing has collapsed. That is when they became so violent. I can see very clearly. So many fellows who came to Adinam in the name of disciple, no, their agenda was totally different. Their agenda was how to use me and hold me as a hostage under them, manipulate the whole Sangha to do what they want. In multi-levels, I can see this demons ganging up. And the funny thing is, their delusion is so much. Not only they are sticking the bandage on the mirror, they forget the truth. I am not drunk. So I can see their whole delusion and the mess they are doing in their delusion. They forget I can see through. Not only they are deluded and they are putting the band-aid on the mirror. When I try to tell them, they can't understand. I can see through. Actually, they don't even want me to heal their wound, put the band-aid on their face exactly where the wound is there. They don't even expect that. They just do not want me to discover they have put a band-aid on the restroom mirror. One level further, they try to delude themselves so much. They think, I cannot find, and I do not find, I will not find. Oh, he is not that capable of finding. Whether you are new or old, or senior devotee with beginner's mind, beginner with old rotten mind, whatever level you may be, the first thing you need to fix is Anya Kala, will. Do you really want to solve your problem? Solution is available. Do you really want to solve your problem? Solution is available. Most of the time, trying to choose between better solution, you rot and die in the problem itself. Oh, you are already drowning. Boat is coming to save you. Oh, should I get into this boat? Or will a ship come? Or will a bridge be built here? So which one is better for me? I want a comfortable solution. Solution with my own whims and fancies. That is where not only you are missing the boat, you are drowning and destroying your life. The moment you get a boat, get into the boat. From boat, you can think of ship. You can even build ship. From ship, you can build bridge. That is life. But I have always seen when I give the solution, because they are not waiting for solution, they try to extend the solution to the level where they can discover new problem. Okay, you are telling this solution, yes, Swamiji, but if I start applying the solution, after 25 years, what is the guarantee this problem will not come back? Hey. Because there is no guarantee after 25 years the same problem will not come. I don't want this solution. Then get drowned and rot. Because that is what you want. If I tell them that, okay, that is what you want, get drowned and rot, what can be done? Your life. Then they get so angry. Oh, you gave up on me. Now they are finding a next problem. You gave up on me. Listen. Paramashiva, from his anugraha, the Suddha Shivam, Shivamurti, the pure Shiva, out of his anugraha, first manifest will, Shakti. From will, everything manifests. Sit and decide. You will build a will, pure will. You will manifest a will to resolve all your problems, to make all your problems redundant. I tell you, will is a conscious, spiritual competence, not just ordinary desire. No. Surrender to the Guru is a spiritual competence, not simple loose words you utter. Oh, I surrender to you, Swamiji. I thought I am surrendered to you. For so many years I am surrendered to you. No. Surrender is the spiritual competence you build to align yourself consciously. Find solution for all your problems. Align your consciousness to the Guru's consciousness in oneness. It's a spiritual competence, not just, if you understand surrender superficially, oh, I should do what you say. It is very superficial understanding. I should feel what you feel, and I should manifest you in me is surrender. And that surrender needs spiritual competence. Surrender is the spiritual competence you need to build. People who don't have a will and who don't want to build the will go to any extent to justify their right. All the energy they apply to create problems, even 1/10 they apply to find solutions, their life will be so amazing. Fix your will. Shakti. Make this Navaratri as an auspicious time to give a spiritual breakthrough to yourself by consciously building this competence, spiritual competence, conscious competence called will to solve all your problems and will to manifest what you want. Whatever is your problem, putting the band-aid in the mirror is not going to help. Put the band-aid where the wound is. Will is the place you need to fix. That is where the real problem is. You are fixing everywhere else. You try to blame others, you try to blame situation, you try to blame life, you try to blame world, everything. The pure will. Shakti. Today, sit and list all the problems you think you are not able to solve. Almost you gave up, you even forgot that this problem can be solved. List all. Decide to have a will. Suddenly, you will find so many solutions. So much your life will become organized. The whole zigzag puzzle will fall in place. When you wake up, your will is the problem. You will not be violent towards people who give you solution. Again, I am seeing so many messages in the social media. People are able to find problem out of this solution also. Swamiji, how to make a will? Please give me. Tell me. Swamiji, bless me to fix my will, my son's will, my neighbor's will, my far relatives' will, my friend's cat's will. Listen. I'm giving solution. Listen. People ask my blessings just to escape from their responsibility to create a will, claim themselves as bhaktas, but they are the most dangerous criminals. They are not devotees. Because they are not interested in solution. They don't want solution, but they want somebody on whom they can blame. So they come and ask, Swamiji, you bless me to have a will, to have this and that. Then after within 10 minutes, they don't even need to wait 10 days, 10 minutes. So, see, I asked, you blessed, but still my problem is not solved. So you are the problem. They come with the decision to blame. I asked you, you blessed me, and it's not yet solved. It's 10 minutes already. So you are the problem. Now I have to blame you for my problems. Whether you are a seeker, anything, find exactly your will is the problem. Your will is the problem. If you analyze each of your problem, you will find thousands of reasons, multiple reasons. If you analyze all your problems, you will find only one reason. If you have a will, because will is Paramashiva's blessings, you can even make a nation. If you don't have a will, you can't even solve your food problem, ordinary day-to-day food issue. Fix your will. Fix your will. The real problem is in your will. Spend some time introspecting, intra-analyzing how your will is so violent inside you, constantly diverts you to keep your problems alive, your ego alive, and how you really do not want solution. You only want consolation, more and more attestation, more and more people should feel sympathy that you are really having problem. You want more support for your problem, not solution for your problem. Wake up to the truth. Wake up to the truth. It can be as simple as your headache or obesity or knee pain, back pain, or it can be as complicated as enlightenment. Actually, enlightenment is not that complicated. It is easier than solving your knee pain and back pain. Simple will. Simple will. Fix the will. At least know the depth of your will. The deeper will to manifest Paramashiva is enough. You will find solution and ways to manifest Paramashiva. Focus on your will. I'll come back with more revelations. Today, internalize this, cognize this. If your urge become urgent, you will find solution. You will think for it. You will focus on it. You will evolve it. Any custom-made solution I give, you will make custom-make out of it. Any custom-made solution I give, you will make custom out of it. And you will come back with saying, oh, this custom-made solution has more custom. Then I'll make some more custom-made solution. You will make more custom out of it. Actually, sometimes I feel many people are more brilliant than me because every solution I give, they are able to find problem for it. Every problem they bring, I give solution. But every solution I give, they are able to make problem out of it. Problem from that solution. End of the day, the will makes life. Will get you more deeper, powerful truths, sacred secrets. Blessings, be blissful.
Nithyananda, thank you for watching, and if you found the video enlightening,
Please give it a like, share it with your loved ones, and subscribe to stay connected with us.
don't forget to click the bell icon to receive the notifications.
As the ultimate manifestation of Paramashiva's Jvarabhagna Murthy, Kalasamhara Murthy, and Devi Annapurnishwari, and beyond, I bless you all with Paramadvaita. Paramashivasya Jvarabhagna Murthy, Kalasamhara Murtayoho, Devi Annapurnishwari, Swarupasya cha Parattvena cha Paramavatare, Aham Yushman Sarvan Paramadvaitena Asirvadam. Om. 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 Listen. Paramashiva's direct message from Mahakailasa. Navatattva. See, The tattva should be understood. Nava tattva. The word tattva should be understood. Paramashiva says clearly, Proktani navatatvani kalani cha navashrunu. Tattva means which is you. Tvam means you. Tattvam means your tatata, your existence, your nature. That is why the Upanishad says beautifully, Tattvamasi Svedaketo, Tattvamasi, which is your very existence. Tat means existence. Tvam means you. Tattvam means your existence. Listen, yesterday I made a statement. Give me your attention for next 1 hour, I will give you God. I want to correct it. I'll correct that statement. Give me 1 hour of your attention, I will reveal the God in you. I am nobody to give you God. He is inside you. He is your nature. He is Tat. You just give me 1 hour attention. Now it is, as per Eastern Standard Time, 8:51. Surely I'll conclude the satsang by 9:51 or 10 o'clock maximum. This next 1 hour, give me your attention. I'll give you tattvam, your nature. Your nature. Listen. Paramashiva, when he reveals this sutra, this great revelation, I'll read out once more, because many of you would have joined today, may not have attended the earlier last few days satsang. So I'll read out the original verse from his own words as he revealed in Makutagama, Diksha Vidipatala. Proktani navatatvani kalani cha navashrunu vidata srishti kaletu stiti kaletu keshavaha samhara kale rudrastu boha kale maheshwaraha yoga kaledu sadakyo Jnana kaledu bindukaha Dvani kaletu natatma Cha Anya kaletu shaktayaha Shiva kale viseshantu Cha Ishanopi tatakramat Shiva murti Shakti murtir Nadatma Bindu murtikaha Sadashiva Maheshana Rudra Keshava Vedasam. I just want to tell you, when I taste this sutra again and again, so many amazing teacher quality of Paramashiva I am enjoying. I just want to tell you, see, Paramashiva uses the word Maheshwara and Ishana. But actually Maheshwara and Ishana are one and the same. He does not want student to have a doubt. He is revealing to Parashakti. But even to her, surely he knows Parashakti will not have a doubt, but after Parashakti listens, this will be transmitted to many generations and we will all be listening. So we should not have a doubt. So when he consolidates end of the sutra, he uses a new word called Maheshana to mention Maheshwara and Ishana is one and the same. So don't have a doubt. Just in 3 sutras, which can be written in a postcard. In those days that India used to have a postcard, which can be written inside that postcard. Nothing more is needed. Actually, you can write the original verse, even in translation, inside a postcard. In this one verse, how he reveals with and so much of clarity. He does not want us to have a doubt whether Maheshwara and Ishana are 2 different persons. Then it becomes Dasatattva, 10, not Nava. So he is so clear. Finally, he consolidates and gives a new word, Maheshana. Means Maheshwara and Ishana is one and the same. So he gives the word Maheshana. Now listen. Somebody asked in the message, in the social media, that they want a table column. I'll project the table column. You can see it. You can also use it for Vakyartha Sadas. And you can enjoy it. I'll explain every step by step. Even this Vakyartha Sadas, I am asking you to do, to internalize it more. See, in those days, the man was filled with so much of silence because, one, all these great revelations are given to you in forest. In forest, it is too easy to experience Nadatma. If you are serious about enlightenment, at least one Chaturmasya to Chaturmasya means 12 months. One Guru Purnima to the next Guru Purnima. 12 months you should spend in forest, where other than the natural sounds, no artificial sounds exist. If you are in that forest, the quality of your inner space, the percentage of Nadatma, Anagata Dvani in you, shoots up. Then just internalizing, receiving the sutras, you will become enlightened. Now, you are in city, concrete forest. If I ask you to drop the city, you may choose something else, but not dropping the city. So, living in city, to have the same depth realization, Vakyartha Sadas is the best alternative. Choose Vana or Vakyartha Sadas. If you are not able to be in Vana for 1 year, then choose Vakyartha Sadas. That will help you to internalize, because you have become so talkative inside. See, Vana will teach you one great truth. You don't need to generate words when you are not talking. But now, you generate so much of words even while you are not talking. It's very difficult for you to internalize. So naturally, you need Vakyartha Sadas to grasp this Navatattva deeply. So, before I start the satsang, again, please pick up your cup of coffee or tea, hot chocolate, your Atmalinga. Actually, Atmalinga is an amazing storage mechanism. Listen, layers and layers and layers of truths I am revealing. Some of them are intensely packed in Nadatma, in sound. So even if you miss them, because you are having inner chatter, night before falling asleep, tell the Atmalinga, please. You documented everything Bhagavan revealed. So now I am keeping you under my pillow. Please download the whole thing into my system. He will do it. Don't think I am teaching you some child play. No. Don't think I am telling you some comic story. No. Later on, at some point, science will prove Spatika is the powerful way to store largest data just through frequency. Spatika is equivalent to trillions of chips. How you store data in the chip, pen drive, all that. Spatika is trillion times more useful to store cosmic archive data, the data which can be transmitted through the high frequency of Nada and Bindu. Spatika is the most powerful way to store it. So it will be good if you can keep the Spatika in your hand near the Anandagandha. That's great. If not, if you feel that your hand is paining, you are not able to hold long, then keep in your hand and you can rest the hand, no problem. But if you keep the Atmalinga in your hand, in your palms, when I am revealing these tattvas, and when it is going inside you, he will stand tall and tell you, it is happening, hey, it is happening, it is happening. That conscious access to the superconscious happening is happening right now. He will give you so much of energy, excitement, enthusiasm. So keep the Atmalinga on your palms and sit either near Anandagandha or resting on the knees, or you can even rest on the table, no problem. But let Atmalinga be in your palms. In Tiruvannamalai there is a temple, Adi Kamakshi. When Kamakshi came to Tiruvannamalai, as per Paramashiva's instruction, to do tapas, to have oneness with Paramashiva. See, in Kanchipuram she got married, but she wanted to become Ardhanarishwara, become one with Paramashiva. So for that, Paramashiva said, you come to Tiruvannamalai and continue your tapas. He gave some higher level tapas and then guided her to be with Gautama Rishi and guided Gautama Rishi to guide her and support her and in her tapas. When she came from Kanchipuram and started her tapas in Tiruvannamalai, that temple is called Adikamakshi temple. Still it is there. In the temple, Devi is doing tapas. In her hand, Atmalinga is there. Just few days before they had Kumbhabhishekam, I'll get you the deity's photo. Before Kumbhabhishekam, they published that original deity's photo as it is. I'll ask them to project it. She has Atmalinga in her hand. So listen, you can keep your hand in resting position or near Anandagandha, but keep Atmalinga. And now listen. Srishti Kale, during the moments of creation, Brahma manifests